Yes.
Feel it.
Except that you've never had any personality.
Oh, no.
He probably doesn't. I do. I think Guinness and St James. What is it? Pubs? Bars?
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. So she's lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. It's not loud.
They're corn pubs with tomato puree. They're for the baby. They look like those. Yes.
Stick in car windows and things like that. Because some of the
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delville, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents The States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delville, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went for a meal and they kept us waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out. The takeaway.
Investigate.
Two here at the the Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers here at 003, local lodge here in Delville. I said earlier before I left that I have something special to share that is sweet, and I don't care what no one say, but it's good for me. Lord have mercy. We have Kay's Kitchen, and everything that you see right here, this young lady herself, Miss Kay, baked this. Fresh. Every ingredient is homemade. You know what? I can't talk about it much more. You
Tell us a little about what we got here.
What we got, Kay?
We have a yellow sheet cake with buttercream frosting. Everything is scratch-made frosting. This is one of our newest creations. We just came up with a chocolate mess cheesecake, a chocolate cheesecake with caramel and some chocolate drizzled on top and chopped up nuts. And we've got a key lime pie and a strawberry chiffon cake. It's got layers of strawberry and whipped cream frosting inside of it, as well as being covered completely in strawberries.
So if someone wanted to reach out to you, is this all the cakes and things you make, or there's some that you're not even showing right now?
Yes, I have other stuff. My most popular dessert is a lemon cheesecake. It's got homemade lemon curd on top. And I make birthday cakes, are pretty common.
What about the decorative? You did gardenias and rose petals and all kind of stuff. I mean, how did you do all this? I mean, how long did you been baking?
I started baking kind of in high school a little bit, and over time, just practice, I've gotten better, learned more. I'm self-taught for the most part.
Wow. So if someone wanted to order one, what's the information that they have out there?
I have a Facebook page, Kay's Kitchen.
Where are you located at?
I'm in New Brockton.
New Brockton. Well, we appreciate you. All of these things are today to be given for samples, right?
Yes.
And she feels confident that she has the great product, and I would love for you to support her in all her endeavor. And Kay, thank you for coming out.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
You did good.
Good.
All right, welcome. We're going to begin this with the Pledge of Allegiance prayer. Starting. If you will, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I ask you to turn these chambers for prayer, please. Lead us in prayer, please.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the day that we've got, a beautiful day. We're glad that everybody was able to safely come to this event. We'd like you to watch over them as they go in their travels back to wherever they need to go. Thank you for all the people who came to witness what they have to say. In the Lord's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, welcome to the 2022 Stakes at the Gate, brought to you by the Legislative Committee of Local Lodge 2003. We're pleased to bring this event to Local Lodge members as well as Wiregrass citizens. This is a very important event for candidates to speak, and also, I think more importantly, to have the citizens be able to ask questions and get some answers. You guys didn't come to hear me speak, so we're going to get right on into it. We're going to begin with Scotty Byrd. He is running for Coffee County Sheriff.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Byrd, and I'm running for Sheriff of Coffee County. I'm on the Republican ticket. I'm going to start a little bit about myself. I'm a native of Coffee County, born and raised there. Graduated Enterprise High School in 1986. Got out and joined the United States Coast Guard. Served a term in that and joined the Alabama National Guard. It's kind of got the Coast Guard's what got me started in wanting to be in law enforcement. I started at 14 years old working. I believe hard work will get you where you're at today. I started winding electric motors when I was a young kid, and actually the guy that worked me got in trouble for working a young child at a young age, but we worked through those, and I later on started my own business about 22 years old, and have operated Southern Electric to this day. In 1999, I joined the Coffee County Sheriff's Department as a reserve deputy, and enjoyed helping people, and it really became my passion. So I later on put myself through law enforcement school and got my accreditation as a certified police officer in Alabama, and I've been with the department ever since. I was the reserve captain for 12 years and have served the people of Coffee County faithfully for 23 years. I'm proud to say that I've never received a paycheck as a reserve officer for the Sheriff's Department. So all of my life I've dedicated my time for free, and we actually have and these guys can relate to that, we have two OH-58 helicopters that I was in charge of kind of help handling the whole thing, and it was all done by reserves and free, and the maintenance was free. So this Wiregrass area, I could have had 50 pilots and 200 mechanics. We got a small group of and if I called their names, you would know them. And we run a top-notch organization on our helicopter program. It became apparent in my life that it was time for me to run for sheriff. So I told the sheriff in December that I had to run against him. But I'm an honest guy. I believe the sheriff should be the one that's going to protect his citizens. I'm going to be the one to stand up for your constitutional rights. I know y'all are big about the pandemic and all the COVID stuff, and I didn't feel like it was right to have to shut churches down and shut businesses down. I did not shut my industrial electrical business down because I maintain your water wells and I maintain your sewage plants and your factories, and we just had to keep working. I'm not going to support any closures as a sheriff. I'm going to protect the citizens of Coffee County. I feel like that's my right, to uphold the law, be honest, and be transparent, and do what the law says and for the people. Like I said, I'm a Christian. Me and my wife attend First Baptist Church. I apologize. I'm married to Katie Byrd. We have 2 daughters, Annabeth and Anna Kate. We live in New Hope, Alabama, which is between Enterprise and Troy, out in the woods. But I have a business in Enterprise. And I know some of the Rucker people. I've done contracts out of Fort Rucker and met some of the union people. My dad was actually he's been in this union he's retired, and he's a strong union guy and believes in it wholeheartedly. And he thinks highly of the whole system. And it was the backbone of Fort Rucker is what he said. If it wasn't for the union, he said there wouldn't be a Fort Rucker. I'm proud you guys have invited us out here today. Some things I want to do at the sheriff's office. It's a revolving door with the prisoners. We've got to get a hold of those guys and help them. I know they've messed up, but I'm hooked in with the industry in Coffee County, and I want to work these guys. You haven't got a chance as somebody who's got in trouble, got all these fines put on them, and threw back on the street. What are you going to do? You got no driving license, you got a big fine to pay, and all you know is how to do wrong things. I want to help these guys. I don't want to run a country club jail. That ain't what I'm about. I'm going to get in there and try to organize some stuff and get some progress to helping them get reformed. Our deputies, they're not my friends, they're my family. And I want to protect them too. I know we got the new laws, the gun laws that's got everybody, and that's fine. We're going to protect you guys. I want people to have their weapons, be armed, be safe, and do what's right. because with armed citizens that are responsible, our country will be great. I want to offer classes to the citizens. We don't have any of that, and our deputies need body cameras. I want them protected, and I want the public protected too. So I'm into modern technology. My wife knows I'm passionate about catching people that steal stuff. I got a passion against hardworking people going to Rucker, come home and they find their four-wheeler stolen. That's just aggravating. And with new modern equipment, we can catch them. So I'm open for questions or however you want me to do it. So thank you.
Tell me, sir, what are the conditions like in the Coffee County Jail?
His jail administrator had quit a couple of months ago due to just some hostile stuff in his world, but there's some good people over there. It can be improved. We don't do any work release. COVID really put a dampener on stuff. And they all had to learn too. So COVID has got everybody still shut in that place. And as far as I know, the conditions are fair.
What would you do to improve these conditions?
Well, like I said, I'm going to start giving them programs. I've already met with a lady on the junior college level to start helping with the education. There's been tons of ministers wanting to join up and start witnessing to these people. And like I'm telling you, I'm hooked in with the chicken companies, and they're begging for help. I want to load a van up every day and get them down there and start working because they need it. And then once they get that money coming in and they see they can make a living, they can get out of that little whirlwind they're in.
How many correctional officers are employed at the jail?
I'm not sure about that. Probably in the teens.
How many average daily prisoners do y'all have?
Around 100 to 110.
What ratio should the correctional officers be to the inmates?
Well, there's not really a ratio. You got a guy in Central and two. There's probably, that's a big ratio.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of movement in the jail. You know, a couple cell blocks, outside, inside. You know, we do have trustees that do work at the jail. They cook and do various jobs. They in a different little dorm.
In Talladega County, about 2 weeks ago, they announced a program for high school kids who want to train in EMS and firefighting. Would that be an avenue for Coffee County to approach to gain younger employees to train as correctional officers and deputies?
Once we get a good working environment and programs and the pay where it needs to be, they will come.
There's usually a lot of high school age kids that are interested in that, but they don't have a starting point.
Right.
That would be a program that would be worth looking into to try to get them some qualifications before they apply for a job.
You know, I've had several jailers, and 2 or 3 have made it. When I ran the reserve program, they all want to become deputies, the jailers do. So, you know, there's not a lot of money in the budget to put people through the course. So I put a couple of them through the Reserve Academy, which it takes a year and a half, and then they were qualified as deputies or certified police officers in the state of Alabama. So a lot of people who they start in the jail and then they want to get on the road.
Yeah.
And they've made some good officers because they got experience on the inside and the outside.
Well, if you're interested, I can put you in contact with the person who is over that program in Talladega County.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, give it to me later, and
All
I'll
right.
give you my phone number, and we'll discuss it.
Okay.
You have anything, Michelle?
Just one question. Do you think the current process of purchasing guns in the state of Alabama is sufficient, or do you think it could be?
As far as the federal level, like the background checks,
Yeah.
they're pretty strenuous. I mean, I even get held up with just because of they checking on folks. If a criminal wants a gun, he's going to get it. Now, I understand that, you know, the federal government wants to keep who owns the guns. And yeah, I mean, I'm all about being practical. Yes, we need to keep background checks and keep that current laws go. You know, the criminal's gonna get him a gun when he wants it. He's just gonna Facebook it, want something, he's gonna get it. So, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And that's how I stand. Mental illness is our biggest dilemma we see right now. That's what's got to be handled. And A-Post is adding a lot more curriculum to police officers now on dealing with mental illness. And that's something that we've got to get more trained on as police officers. Because they just want to just make us come and show up and we expect to do something with them and we haven't got anything to do with them or for them. And they just need help. So, any more questions?
Do y'all have any de-escalation training with the Coffee County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah. You know, separate, as far as de-escalating as like crowd control, we don't have a lot of riots, so no, none of us have been to, you know, the big riot schools or nothing like that.
Well, I'm talking about on a one-on-one situation.
Oh, how to, oh yeah.
With interpersonal.
Yeah, talk them out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I've seen a lot of different officers who at a traffic stop, instead of trying to control the situation,
they made it worse.
Force the situation.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I got a philosophy. If y'all know the movie Roadhouse, Patrick Swayze, that's gonna be my motto. Write the ticket, do your job, but be nice. At the end of the day, I'm gonna ask them, were you nice? And I'm gonna ask the person who got in trouble, was my guy nice? And if they tell me no, we're gonna have a problem. I don't care, write 14 tickets. If they need the crime, do it, but be nice. Smile and be nice. And when they spit in your face, be nice. It's just how it needs to be. Because a nice police officer will get respect. And that's all we want is respect. Because all my guys, they live in Coffee County, and I tell them, be nice to these guys, because when we get through with them, you're going to see him in Walmart 2 years from now, and if you've done him dirty, he's going to remember it. I've got guys that have called me up that I put in prison, and they're out, want me to put a sign in the yard because I treat them fair. I forgot what their name was. I don't remember. Hey, Byrd. He said, "You're arrested." I'm, really? Come put a sign. You were respectful. He said, "I know I was doing wrong. Just they got rights to respect them, but you know, put them in jail." That's my philosophy. So, any more questions? I'll be rattled off of here, and I'll be 2 hours behind, or you guys will. All right. Remember me on May 24th. I'm on the Republican ticket in Coffee County. I need your vote. And if you need me, you can get me on Facebook. We got a website. My numbers, I'm not hard to get a hold of. And thanks for your time.
All right. I'd like to apologize. I got ahead of myself. These guys over here were talking about Kay's Kitchen, and the quicker I get to a candidate, the quicker I can try some of that stuff. So I'd like to introduce Patrick Wise, the chairman of the Legislative Committee.
Good afternoon. First, let me take the liberty to let you know where everything is. Both bathrooms is behind you to the left. As you heard, we got food out there, sweets. We got taco mix out there. They're ready. So if you get hungry, please do not hesitate to take part in what we got out there. It's going to be a long day, but we want to make it as comfortable as possible. My name is Patrick Wise. I'm the legislative chair. First, I would like to, all my legislative committees, would you stand up? Please give these men and women a round of applause. They work hard. We're a newly formed committee. We just had elections, and from the time January came, we hit the road and we put this together. So we want to continue to provide you this platform. Let me give you the rules of the stakes at the gate. Each candidate will have a total of 15 minutes. Now, we're not trying to cut off your point that you're trying to make, but just be mindful of those 15 minutes. If it get too far going, our timekeeper, Ms. McLeod, she has a wand, and it's a magic wand. It tells you when time is about to end and when time actually ends, with the gold and the red marquee on it. So just be mindful of your time. Once you finish your presentation, exit to the left. We want to do what we call a debrief to give you more time to complete a thought if you didn't complete the thought. You and I will have, like we sit at the front porch drinking tea, conversation for about 5 minutes. During that transition, the next candidate should come up and you'll be introduced. Okay? Please enjoy yourself. This is for you. This is for Alabama, making it better. Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to bring up Brother James Powell, Vice President, Local Lodge 2003.
I'm the Vice President, Local Lodge 2003. It is my pleasure to introduce Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, Mr. Jake Schaefer. Come on up the stage, Jake.
Thanks for having me. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, again, Jake Schaefer, running for U.S. Senate. Thanks for having me. There's not a lot of time, so I'm going to hop right in. Oh boy, where to begin, right?
Good luck.
I hate to start with this, but it's gotten to a point where I don't really trust my government very much. I don't trust foreign governments very much. I don't trust the news very much. I don't trust candidates who can get millions and millions of dollars and actually trust them to represent the people very much. And it's not like I want to be like this. It's because I've been paying attention. All right? So, again, that's one of the reasons I wanted to run. I wanted to get some more normal people, at least on the ballot, if not in the office, though I'm not playing to lose, I'm playing to win. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to run. So I'm going to talk about 3 points. There's a lot of issues, so what I try to do is actually talk about a few of them and show my thought process, show you how my mind works and how I reach conclusions, because there's so many issues, you can't cover all of them, but what I can try to show you is how I get to an answer. So one of the things that I think differentiates me than some of the other candidates like Katie Britt, Mike Durant, is everyone says that they're against government vaccine mandates. Right? There's just one example, but they all say that they're for businesses doing mandates. I'm sorry, that's wrong. All right. If a business is going to violate a constitutional right or the Nuremberg Agreement, right? If a business is going to say you have to do this medical procedure without your informed consent, or you'll be fired, or you'll be demoted, or some form of that, it's literally the government's job to then come in and stop the business, right? I'm a Republican. I want government to be hands-off business as much as the next guy. But if a business is violating someone's right, it's their job to stop them. If the government is violating an individual's right, it's the other people's part of the government to stop them. That's the oath you take, is to uphold the individual's constitutional rights. In America, in theory, the rights of the individual supersede the rights of the collective. That's one of the foundations of why of the foundational ideas of why America is so great. So And why I stress this is, go home later, think about this. The fact that they are for that, for business mandate, they'll say they're against the government mandate, but for a government mandate, shows that they either don't understand the Constitution or they understand it and they don't care. That's how I see it. Both of which are unacceptable in my opinion. So that's just one point I think that shows where I stand, where some of my other candidates stand. Another issue, I bring this one up because this one's just very important to me personally, I think is school choice in the voucher system. Because when I look ahead in the future of Alabama and America in the next 50 years, if we don't get education back on track, I think we're going to be in a lot of trouble. So one of the reasons why I like, so the Constitution never actually talks about education, period. The Alabama state constitution never talks about education, which means that right was always retained by the people. Yet we're taxed for education, and then our kids are told to go to the school based on where they live. And critical race theory has been introduced, and we're trying to kick that out. That's great. It needs to be gone, but I want to aim higher. Republicans, we tend to aim too low. So even if we get what we were aiming for, we still lose. I want to aim higher. I think we need to switch to the school choice voucher system, because I think parents should have not only a say in where their child goes to school, but I think the parents should have the only say in how their children get educated. And I think that if a parent got a voucher card, because the school system spends around $12,000 per kid. So if a parent got a card to be redeemed at the school of their choice, I believe we would see more private schools, home schools, charter schools start to pop up everywhere. Parents know their kids more than the state, more than the federal government. They know if their kid maybe is more musically inclined. That might be the better school for them, right? And again, I think this is important because we've been seeing a massive decline in the education system. And Republicans, it's in the name conservatives. We like to conserve things, and we're not particularly great at seeing when an institution has failed, and I do think that, I think it's failed. And so that's that's just one thing that I think we would start to see a dramatic increase in the education system if we did that switch. So another point I like to talk about is what I would do for you, especially here at the machinists and aerospace workers, is I would try to listen to you. Because the fact of the matter is I'm not a machinist. I'm not an aerospace worker. So I would try to listen to you and then articulate that and fight for it. That's the job. A U.S. Senator can't know everything about every topic. No way, right? But what the job is to listen to what you want and then to go and fight for it in Washington. That is the job, and I also don't see a lot of the other candidates doing that. I see them trying to fight for where they got all their money from, but I don't see them fighting for the parents. I don't see them fighting for the individual people. So those are just a couple of the points that I like to put out. There are other issues. I guess I'll say a couple more since I think I have some time. One of the things I believe that I'd like to see, especially in Washington, is term limits. One example I give is, as a senator, I think 2 terms is plenty, because if I'm in Washington for 12 years, if someone asks something from you every day, or someone sucks up to you every day, or if someone is hating you every day, I think that after 12 years of doing that, you're too far removed from the people, I think, to properly represent the people. That's not a normal life. I think you've just been in the rat's nest of Washington, and it's something that I think would be an effective change if we were to implement. For senators, I think 2 terms would be good. That's 12 years. For a congressman, I've heard different numbers, maybe 3 terms, maybe 4. I haven't decided yet. Things like that. So again, that's just some of the points I wanted to make. Like I said, I don't have millions of dollars to go around buying ads. So what I have done is on my YouTube, Facebook page, I've made 3 to 4 minute videos on a number of different issues. I did a 3-minute video on school choice, on election integrity, other issues I haven't brought up here. So they're all there for you to find and spread, and it's free. Anyone can spread information for free, which is what I mean, I feel like I'm the Oakland A's going up against the New York Yankees here. I know we're more of a football state, but that's the analogy I like. And like I said, what I hope to show is the thought process of how I think, how I'd get to conclusions, and how I'd solve problems. Because we'll do a Q&A. My dad taught me this. There's only one type of person that has an answer for everything, and that's called a crazy person, right? So I have to learn. I have to research every issue, but I will do my best to, if I can't give you a specific answer, give you the thought process behind the answer, and that's all I'm offering. And another thing I'll be honest about is, everyone says, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm not even just saying just vote for me. What I'm saying is look at every candidate. Look at their motivations, look at the money, and see where they stand on the issues specifically, and then vote for who you think would best represent the people. I believe that would be me, which is why I'm here, but it is for you all to decide. So I'm trying to make where I stand as open as I can, and then the ball goes in the people's court, where you need to research the candidates, not just for me, for sheriff, for every office. So that's it. Thank you very much for your time. I think we're going to do some questions now, and I will do my best.
I have a first question.
Oh boy.
If you're elected to office, how will you vote on bills? Will you vote with the interest of your constituents, or you take orders from the party leadership?
Like I said, I will listen to the people of Alabama. That is the job. That is who I would try to, as much as whenever I'm here, I'll get a team, because you can't do it by yourself. I've learned that. You get a team, you would find out what the people want, and that is who you represent.
How would you go about finding what the people want?
Things like that. Well, first off, like I said, I don't think I'd be able to do it myself, so I tried to find a team of people that I could work with me. Because part of what a senator or any politician, any governor, any president, we saw this. This is a good point, actually. When they all said, oh, we're going to defer to the scientists, right? They don't get to defer to the scientists. You consult with the scientists. You talk to the people. You look at the Constitution, right? That's not the job. You don't get to just say, oh, I'm going to defer to them. No, you have to look at what the people want and what the Constitution actually says. So that's how I do it. I try to get a team. I would try to go to as many meetings as this as I could. Try to listen to what you guys want, because this is actually pretty big. Lots of times people listen to what people want and then they just assume they understood. That's wrong, actually. That's wrong all the time. You actually see it in relationships. That's why people argue. You thought you heard something. So it's not like I'm just going to come here, listen to what you guys want, and then go there. I'd probably listen to what you want and then set a follow-up meeting the next week and be like, hey, this is what I think I heard you say. Is that right? You know what I mean? Trying to actually get down to it.
Would you commit to having quarterly town hall meetings throughout the state? Say we have a union meeting the first Saturday of every month. You would be welcome to come.
I'd be happy to come. Honored to come.
Sounds good.
I'd want to go to as much as that's the job.
Yep.
Again, people don't understand. I feel like a lot of the candidates don't understand the job, and it's very easy. Find out what the people want. Look at the Constitution. Fight for it.
Which committees do you think you would be qualified to sit on?
Well, at this point, I do have a master's in psychology, because I initially want to go on and continue to get my doctorates. So I have some specialty in that area, but besides that, I would have to, like I said, that's another thing. I'm not trying to dodge the question, but I'd have to look at what...
Well, you've talked a lot about education. Would you be interested in the education committee?
I'd love to. I'd be very, yeah, so I will know more about what interests me already, right? I am interested in education, so it's something I've looked into. I do know more about psychology than the average person because it's an area of study for me. But, so I have some every person has natural inclinations to things like that. But for other things, I'd have to research and find out.
Have you addressed any of the labor problems at the Warrior Met Coal Company or the Amazon Fulfillment Center in Bessemer with the union organizing?
I have not, but I'd be happy to speak with them and make, like I said, I make YouTube videos. I tell this to Eastern Shore Republican women. I've told this to all these different counties. I'd be happy to speak with them and then find out information and then make a YouTube video giving my answer on that. Most people haven't taken me up on that, but I'd be happy to do it so that I could find out what they want, research it, and give an answer. Because at this moment, I don't have an answer for it.
Do you have any knowledge of what's going on at the heart of where you're met mines in Brookwood, Alabama?
That stuff is outside my. I don't have any.
They've been on strike for well over a year.
Wow.
And they have 1,100 members in that union. And, would you be interested in going to their? They have a weekly rally at Tannehill State Park on Wednesdays. That would be a good idea to look into.
I'd love to get some information with you. Okay. Another thing, while running, I still do have a full-time job, which is why I don't get to go to things, but I'd be happy to do a Zoom call with them. I'd be happy to do multiple. I'd be happy to find out information and then fight for it, because there's so much that I don't know. And there's so much that you need to look into. I agree.
There's a lot of labor problems in Alabama. And, you know, there's labor committees in the Senate. Okay, do you have any questions, Michelle?
Do you believe the current administration could do more as far as reduce inflation and gas prices, including the gas tax here in Alabama?
Oh, well, so in terms of inflation, a lot of that was brought on. When you look at inflation, you actually see a historical arc to this. We saw it with the Dutch Empire, we saw it with the English Empire, we're doing it right now with the American Empire, which is, it often comes down to printing more money than what you have, spending more money than you make. So it was always gonna hit. It was just a matter of when is it gonna hit and how hard is it gonna hit, and I actually think it's gonna get worse. And I think one of the first things, I mean, every Republican talks about it, but you can't spend money you don't have. That's one of the things I want. I want the federal government to have less power. I'm a huge fan of states' rights. One of the first things they need to do is stop printing money and stop we need to find more and more ways to slash spending, because that's killing us. I mean, in terms of the gas tax, I'm against a gas tax. I don't think the one that was just passed, I don't think it was right, and I think I've heard some of the other governors, because I like listening to them talk about how they want to overturn that or find a way to get it back to how it was before when they get in, and which I support. Taxes are funny because often people raise taxes and then the money just gets wasted all the same. So it's like, if you're just going to raise taxes and then spend it in inefficient ways, what was the point? That was, you know, the people have to live by a budget, so I don't know why governments don't feel like they have to. So.
Any more questions?
I really appreciate it, but I'd love to get some of that information, because like I said, I'd love to do some Zoom calls and talk with them and become informed on so many issues. That
talk to me or Patrick, we can put you in touch.
Hey, I'll get Patrick's number, he's a cool guy.
We can get you in touch with their local.
I'd love to hear what they're going through from their perspective.
They have some great struggles going on up there.
I believe it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Well, we right here at our debriefing station. We are going to miss Mr. Ed Packer. He was running for Secretary of State, but he sent someone to speak on his behalf because he's absent. Introduce yourself and tell us about Ed.
I'm Deneen Ritchie, and I'm from in Coffee County.
Okay.
I've known Ed since around 2008, and I was a registrar, and he was the person who was doing the training, worked at the Secretary of State's office in elections. He was over elections, and was kind of my go-to on how to, what my job entailed and what to do.
A good reference point for you.
Well, not just a good reference. He wrote a lot of the election laws. He has made a career of working in elections. Probably has over 30 years in elections, but at least 20 of that in the Secretary of State's office.
Gotcha.
Has worked with representatives and people in the legislature and in state government, and has a good working relationship with them.
The Secretary of State is very important especially during these times, 2020, when all the different accusations about rig elections and voter fraud and things of that nature. I think the processes are pretty much consistent. You know, people make messes of processes. It's known the problem. Where do Ed stand on keeping our laws in regard to voters' rights and the right to vote authentic and credible?
Well, one of the things that Ed wants to do that is not currently being done in the Secretary of State's office is there's not an audit after the elections. And
Really?
he wants there to be an audit after every single election in the state of Alabama.
Is that normal across the different states or Alabama specifically?
Well, it's not for every state, but there are some states that do a better job of that than we do. Currently, they're doing a test right now of like 3 counties for this next election to do an audit.
Testing, right? Okay.
But currently there is no audit done for every election, and there should be.
If anybody want to get on the high points or key points about Ed Packer, where should they go?
Well, he's got a website, and I'm sorry I don't have it off the top of my head.
That's fine.
But he's on Facebook as well.
Gotcha.
And Ed he was the head of the elections and has worked under 4 different secretaries of state.
Gotcha.
Currently, right now, I actually worked in the Secretary of State's office in elections with him for 1 year, and he was my go-to as far as a resource and knowing the election laws, because like I said, he helped to write a lot of those. But he is aware of a lot of the problems. There's a lot of problems in our elections department right now under the current administration. Since 2017, there's only about 1 person that is still there that was hired at that time.
Oh, okay.
And so you don't have a lot of people in that office who really know what needs to be done, know the law, know the processes. Ed knows all of that. And so he wouldn't be reliant on just surrounding himself with good people, which he would need to do, but he actually knows what needs to be done and could direct those people.
Well, when you said that he researched and writing SOPs and LOPs for the state, that says a lot about Ed from the auditor. If you want to know more about Ed Packer, just go to his Facebook page, or you can Google Ed Packer, because I know that on his page he have his address and thing where he can be located. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And right next to me is the man of the hour. We got Sheriff Byrd here out of Coffee County. I've sat there and watched what you were saying in regards to your platform. It's so genuine. Is that you, or this is some type of charade?
No. I have built a business for 30 years on being honest. I have traded on $500,000 jobs with a handshake. You say what you're going to do and do it.
That's right.
The man has not got his word, he ain't got nothing. I don't need contracts. I just need you tell me what you want, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, and that's what's going to happen.
But to make a reference bold as you do to Roadhouse.
That's right.
And be nice.
And be nice.
It says a lot. I mean, I come from a Department of Justice, and I do understand about that you can do your job and stay professional at the same time.
That's right.
I truly believe that a lot of the things that we hear in regards to profiling and things escalating from in a field perspective is based on how you handle that situation. Right. Could you elaborate on that more?
Well, a month and a half ago, I had a guy steal a car from my shop. I had to run him down at gunpoint. All right. The gun stopped the car from moving, but I had to get him out of the car and de-escalate the situation.
De-escalate.
So I did that. Everybody left with the car didn't get stolen, the boy didn't get hurt, and everybody went home. And I did it by de-escalating. I figured out what got his attention, and then I focused on that. And then we kept that tension on that, and then I finally worked my way to get him out of the car.
Chevy, the thing that I don't see most as a former post instructor, I think you and I talked about this, is that our use of force continuum, officer presence, loud verbal warning, and so forth. And the reason why the SOPs is formulated that way, so you're doing everything by the book.
Well,
what has happened to those
type of procedures in regards to real life situations?
Well, you just got to have common sense.
Right.
When it all boils down, all common sense and doing the right thing. And you've got to just use your training, your practicality, and how to treat people and do what's right.
Well, can you tell somebody how you can be reached and know more about your platform?
Meet us on Facebook, Scott Byrd, and we have a website. Everybody's got Facebook, or you can Google it, and we'll come right up and all the information to get to us. I'd be glad to talk to anybody, anytime, about any issue.
Scott,
I'm good with it.
we're glad to have you here at States.
Thank you for what you've done for me.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
Yes, sir. Come here. Yes.
Ain't live. We're supposed to have 5 minutes.
Coming out this middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you guys count.
The following.
Mr. Schaefer, way from, they said Dufane or Daphne? What is it?
Daphne?
Daphne.
Daphne.
You know, I was telling someone today that the concerns that you have around the coastal area, even though we definitely want to know here in the Wiregrass, are somewhat similar. But the dynamics is slightly different because you have tourism, the port cities, all the different things around you that affect it, and more environmental influences is one of the things that I see that are some of the great concerns down around your area. Talk to more about it.
Oh boy. Well, like I said, you talked about how, I mean, we're a state, so we're connected.
Right.
But yeah, every county is going to have their own issues.
That's right.
And like the bridge that's being discussed over there.
Right.
There's talk of it being a toll bridge, which is insane.
Well, how much they said it might generate for you?
You know, I'd have to. There's a couple of different reports, so I'd have to look.
I got you.
But the idea of charging Alabamians a toll,
right.
Really anybody, because it's a high interstate, and because it's on the coast, which could be used as a escape route,
right.
and possibly even for military purposes. It's actually one of the projects that should be fought to get federal money for, because a lot of states they'll try to get federal money for things that shouldn't have federal money going to it.
Right.
Right. And I am, again, I'll say this, I'm a big fan of states' rights. I want each state to be independent, right?
Right.
But there are some things when it connects all the states where federal money coming in would actually be correct. It would be the right thing to have it.
Absolutely.
So having federal money for that bridge, considering that it's used by multiple states, considering we're between Florida and Texas, it'd be used as a route, it could be used by the military, it could be used for escape routes during hurricanes, that'd be one of the things that we should get federal assistance in. And I'm not even saying they need to pay for the whole thing. States do their part, right? I want states and the government to do their part. I want the Constitution to be upheld how it's written. You know what I mean? But so to have that be a toll, the fact anyone that brings that up as let's make that a toll, don't vote for them.
Well, I tell you, the moderator, Mr. Turney, hit you with a cornucopia of different situations that was going on with the union, and he mentioned Warrior Mets and the situation that happened at Bessemer with Amazon. We are concerned with all these things that happen in our state and being union first mindset, and you definitely are open to going over to Warrior Mets meeting and even filming a video in regard to some of the labor union problem that we're having. Do you still stand on that?
Yeah, in fact, after this, give me your cell.
Absolutely.
And then in a couple weeks, you can call them and be like, hey, did Jake reach out to you or not?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because like I said, like, it's a full-time job to do that.
Absolutely.
It's like, I'm not dodging the question, I'm being honest. It's impossible to do that when you don't have the job. Because even when you get the job, you have to have a team and schedule time to go meet with these people. You know what I mean? Because there's so many issues. Of course, I will know more about Baldwin County issues where I live. And most people don't look outside their county, and I don't blame them.
Right.
And I didn't. And even as I'm starting to get into this, putting all of this aside, like as I've started to look at running to represent Alabama.
Absolutely.
I even when I drive across the bay, I look at Mobile differently. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like you have to look at
everyone's problems.
And I never used to, because that was never a concern.
I really think you genuine your approach, and the thing of it is that go ahead and pay it forward. If this is your race, start having a very futuristic thought process, and I think you will be able to adjust to that. And we're glad to have you come with that type of personality that you have, and we wish you all the luck.
I appreciate it, and like I said, I try to be very honest. I grew up on the West Coast for a lot of my life.
I understand.
And I left them because they're crazy. So I came here, and I don't know if it's because I didn't grow up here a lot. I see so much potential for Alabama.
Absolutely.
That I think that you guys have good coast, you have a good port, and then we have all this good land where we could. I just see potential. Like, I see Alabama, I'm like, I don't know why we're not a powerhouse. we should be, Alabama could be a powerhouse in 15 years if the people make it a powerhouse.
I tell you what, and we're going to leave it on that. Thank you for coming. And again, reach out to us and see good things for you.
Yeah, you can find me on, Jake Schaefer for Senate is my website. If you just go to YouTube, Jake Schaefer for Senate, you'll see a bunch of my videos, like I said, where I try to cover a varied amount of issues.
Okay.
It's never enough, but I try to, like I said, what I try to show is how I think.
All right.
And how you approach problems, because I think that's what you actually want to know about a candidate, because who knows what the issues will be in 2 years.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, next up, we have Phyllis Harvey Hall, Democrat for U.S. Congress.
My pleasure. Good afternoon. And I would like to say thank you to all of the members of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for providing this space for us as candidates to speak. And it's a great opportunity to be here. And I know I'm talking to an informed group of people. So I would like you to know that this is a privilege and I wouldn't miss it. And I love the title of this. It's concerned with stakes at the gate. And that means we're all looking at what's here, what's at risk for us as moving forward. And I am Phyllis Harvey Hall, and I'm going to start with you just a little bit of information about me, because I think that we are right here. Everything is at stake now. The American way of life is at stake. So I want you to know that as someone who's taken the time to be here today to address this particular audience, I come to you as someone who has lived and know the experience of what collective bargaining can do for workers. And that's what we're here discussing today. I was born in a small town, grew up there, loved the small rural community. I think it built character, and it gave me a work sense. And I heard someone speak earlier today about hard work. I learned what that was. From the point of working in a garden every summer to having to serve as a waitress, and then later on that service just continued throughout my life. But I understand hard work. I understand the value of it. But I want you to keep that in mind as I just tell you a little bit more, because I will circle back to that point. But as someone who grew up and later went into education, I'm an education major. I taught school for 25 years. And I want you to understand that for all 25 years, I was a part of a union. And teachers today are still fighting, because no one is going to concede the benefits that workers see that they need for their families if the workers themselves do not have the right to organize. And that's what's at stake here today, the right to organize. And there are powers, governmental, political powers, that are trying to actually destroy that. And we cannot afford to let that happen. Because if we allow that to happen, we're going to go back in time where we were looking at workers who were dying in unsafe working conditions. Their families would always be like a system, a caste system. Any system where you were born and you had to stay in that system. Because if you were born poor, you would stay poor and you continue to work for the companies. Now, we are in America saw what happened when labor unions came to fruition in the 1800s, the early 1900s. 1950s were some of the best times for union members. It was a strong period. We saw the middle class rise. And I had a friend that said, a rising tide lifts all. And that's what we need to know. When you have that swell, that rising, all can lift. And that's what we're seeking now, the economic policies to make sure that we all rise in this country. We are the greatest nation that there is. We are America. There is none greater. We have our flag here. We all see it. We need that justice for all. And what you have now are workers. We're just asking for justice. We want safe working conditions. We want our families to be fed. We want to have health insurance benefits. We need the health. That's all. So those are the stakes that we're fighting for today. That's what you all are fighting for as a council. And as an individual, as a candidate running for you as Congress, that's what I'm here for. I'm here fighting for you. I'm here fighting for you like I fought for the students that I taught for 25 years and their families. I have a husband that's a fireman. He fought, saved lives, jumped in and out of buildings to take care of them. We fight for people. We fight to give everyone a better chance in life. And that's what I'm here for, and that's what I believe in. And as that young girl that grew up in that small rural town, I know what hard work looks like. If anybody knows anything about a teacher and a fireman, we all know. And for those of you all who are workers, you know what hard work looks like. But now when we talk about working people and families, we've seen a shift in our economy. And now we have 10% of the wealth concentrated in this country. To the people like Jeff Bezos and others. And there's nothing wrong with them being rich. We have nothing against that. But with that business, you don't have to have a zero sum with business. We can all win. We can all have that rising tide. Bezos has enough wealth. Okay? So we're not saying take wealth from anybody. We're not Robin Hood. We're saying make conditions good for the people who keep you on top. Let them have a chance, a fair chance. That's all we're asking. So when we say hard work is necessary, you can do hard work every day. There are people out here cleaning our streets. Do you think without a union, if they clean those streets for 50 years, that their outcomes in life would be any better? If you're the janitor in a school and you do not have a union, you can sweep that floor and clean toilets every day for 50 years. But if your income is beneath what it takes to make a good living, you're going to remain there, poor, without benefits, benefiting a company. Now, the company grows richer and you grow poor. There's something wrong. That's an inequity. So what I'm here for today is to say let's fight to have fair practices in our businesses. You can have a business, be successful, but your workers also need to share in your success. And I want to say you all today, just as someone who's out, you check my website, you'll see. I was up with the coal miners, Warrior Met Coal Company, just Thursday. I believe in it. You check my website, you'll see that I'm fighting for the Amazon workers. And I do have an Amazon card too. But I'm fighting for them. So I'm not against Bezos. Just give the people what they need to have a safe working condition. So we know that this business can survive and the people can survive. Families need to thrive also. So I want you to vote for a candidate who would not only talk about a union, but I am the only congressional candidate that is fully pro-union, pro-collective bargaining.
So, Ms. Harvey, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The USA ranks first in incarceration and 18th in high school graduation. What leadership skills do you bring to the challenge of reversing these numbers?
Not only am I'm an education major, taught school, and I understand the education system. I forgot to tell you, I am also an educational consultant. I have a small business that deals in consulting with education. And the first thing that we need to know, if we're falling 49 and 50, if it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that our educational system needs help. And you know, we hear about all the time pulling up with a bootstring. We need to invest in children. We need to invest in education, because we all know that if you cannot read, you go through the prisons. Who do you find in prison? People who are poorly educated. And so we solve that problem with education. We'll solve our incarceration rates, and we will then see less incarceration, our money going to fuel people who are not doing well. So let's educate them properly and stop trying to imprison. We had a governor that paid $400 million to build in prison. She wanted super prisons. I want super educational systems. So I would be that advocate to find funding in the government to bring back to education, and I would be that advocate publicly for our state, actually meeting with them to see what we can do to actually better educate.
Do you think that a state lottery would help the educational system if we were to, are you in favor of an educational lottery for the state of Alabama?
One of the things you keep hearing us say about the state of Alabama is that we don't have any money, right? But yet we won't bring a lottery in. We take money, and the same people that talk about that not having a lottery are the same people, if you go into the lottery, you'll see some of them there with their tickets and games too. We need to stop being the hypocrites and just go ahead and set a lottery, and yes, and stop trying to actually be people's God. So yes, I'm in favor. I think the money should be actually put in, that it would go to funding education, and it should be an education lottery. We need the money to build 21st century schools, to have actually to put in broadband in every county, all 67 of our children. You want me to continue to talk? I can.
Okay. Oh, I have. Which committees do you think you'd be qualified to sit on if you were elected?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Which committee do you think I'm going to say first?
Education.
Okay, smart man.
My
next would be, okay, education, and certainly being here, I know that our military installations, including Fort Rucker, is the center point for keeping this area economically viable. It employs a lot of people. So I would certainly, if you're going to run for Congress in Alabama in the 2nd District, you must claw your way, smile your way, bat eyelashes, and be on the Armed Services Committee.
That's right.
Okay? And I would fight to be both.
Okay. Could you describe some of your personal tools for dealing with adversaries?
I think human, kindness, politeness goes a long way. I was brought up in a small town. We learned good manners. We learned that you treat everybody as an equal. You see people. Stop worrying about the labels. Stop worrying about what the outward appearance is. And if you get to know me, you'll find that I hate to say I have enemies, because I will address you. I will talk to you. Those who've seen me today, I'm in your faces, I'm greeting you. So I think the best thing we can do with that is work, and we will have differences, but we must come to them. So I think in spite of it all, I think JFK said, we have to, you don't try to bring people down. There was a lot I could say, but I'm not going to bring people down. So you treat people with respect, and I think you'll get it. Build consensus. Thank you.
How would you appeal to a diverse set of constituents in an honest, respectful, and inclusive manner?
I'm going to demonstrate that to you right now. I'm running on a Democratic ticket for U.S. Congress. I'm in what is considered a red state. Anybody looking at that would think that, what are you doing, thinking that you're going to win in Alabama? But see, I'm just foolish enough to believe that when people look beyond the label of a Democrat or Republican, that they're going to see a person that has a good, kind soul and a fighter for people. And when we get through with it, I'm fighting for the same families you are. So my way of dealing with that, speaking to them, is speaking to where we all meet, our family, our health, and our pockets.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
Yeah,
I think we got a lot of room for conversation right there.
How will you create an environment for innovation within your leadership?
You create that environment by being open and listening to the people, and you do have to do your research. We know that in Alabama now that we have businesses that have struggled from COVID. And sir, you get out among the people not thinking that I know everything. I'm pretty smart, but someone once said, you keep very wise people around you. So what I don't know, I would gather from the wise people around me, and together we would be a dynamic force to drive innovation to what we need here, which is innovation. And yes, we need to raise wages, but we need to look at where our state is looking, spending the money, and we need to put money into people and in hospitals here, get our health state healthy, and let's look at where we need to grow in this state.
How do you decide whom to trust?
I think I have a pretty good sense of intuition, but you know what? I believe you until you show me otherwise. I watch what you do, not what you say.
That's right.
And I keep a keen eye on what you're doing, and I treat people the same way.
How will you gather and evaluate and act on information for all policy decisions?
How will I gather that information? As a congressperson, it's just like now, today, the PRO Act. I do my research, sir. That is an act that I failed to bring up here, but the PRO Act, which is the right for people to organize, workers to organize, I've done that. Congress passed that particular act, the current Congress. However, there was not a single, unfortunately, but sad to say, a single Republican candidate that voted for that. And that's sad because, you see, that affects us all. Our pockets, doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. Your children's health, your parents' health, their ability to get lower cost prescription, not dependent upon labels. They just need the people to make it happen, to actually fight, to bring down cost. And that's what I would be doing. I would look at the issues. I would do my research personally. And then, you know, once I get to Congress, I have a bunch of people I can order to go do the research and bring it to me. I got one young man back there waving, so he's on board now. You put a team together. But I would do my research. And if that research, whatever that policy is, if it benefits the people, I'll cross lines, sir. I'm bipartisan in my approach.
In our event, we are glad to have you.
Thank you.
And that's all the questions we have for now.
Okay, for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Oh, I go this way.
Except that you've never had
Phyllis.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to our States at the Gate. You have mentioned so much on your platform, not only today, but on your election campaign that you've been doing. You mentioned that you just Thursday left Warrior Mets and spoke to them.
Yes.
And what's your take on the whole Warrior Mets and how labor unions are being treated here in that situation?
My team and I really wanted to go and just go, you know, they meet once a week. We really wanted to go there and take them water and say, we are here with you, because we are there with them. But we were unable to do that day because we had to be back in Eufaula by 5 o'clock. So we couldn't go, and we don't want to just do something that's performative.
Right.
We wanted to let them know that we're standing on that line with you.
Right.
I'm there. And so when I spoke to them, they were like shocked that we actually drove to come up, because most candidates didn't do that. But that is something central to who I am.
Right.
And I wanted to be there to let them know I find you valuable.
You know, coming from Greenville, you understand, you know, the morals and values that we have here in the Wiregrass.
Yes.
And those are some things that are staple and should be in everybody's household. Your campaign, what makes you unique from the other candidates?
I not only understand the Wiregrass because I am from a small area, but I also understand the urban areas. And we cannot neglect either area, because you have poverty in all of those areas, and you have people who are struggling who need health care.
Right.
You have people who need a higher wage, a higher salary so that they can feed their families. And then when we talk about feeding and taking care of your families, as much as possible, we want people off of government assistance, don't we? We talk about how the other side sometimes talk about how people are just giving away money. Give people dignity in the work they do, pay them a livable wage so they can stop having the need of
Help them with a trade or something they can work with.
Build our education, provide trades, provide a good salary. And then we will see, like I said, that rising tide, we'll all go up.
Absolutely.
Support.
Well, you know, 2022 is a, you don't get too many opportunities where you can present yourself during the primaries. Right. Normally, you only left with whoever left to vote for. Why do you think platforms like this, in regards to the primary, is so important for the small voice to be on the same stage with the big voice?
Because in a primary season, people miss that. That's when you really see candidates, who they are, their platforms, what they're supporting, what they're willing to do to help people. And you get to see candidates in the reality of who they are and what they support. And it's a time that we should use to educate the electorate.
Right.
Because they need to know that whether you vote, don't just go pull and say I'm voting straight Democratic necessarily, I'm voting straight Republican. Look at the candidates, go back, research and get the history behind what they've supported. And that's one thing my campaign is focusing on now. We want people to look beyond the rhetoric. Go back, check voting records of the incumbents. See if you need to cast them out because their voting record doesn't support what they say.
Absolutely.
And we need to get beyond some of this just, I've been a Democrat, I've been a Republican all my life, traditional voting. It is time out, and we are at the stakes that we say right now. Our country is at stake. Our way of life as Americans is at stake. And we've got to know who we're voting to send to that White House or in the state government if we want policies that are going to benefit working people.
Tell them how they can get more information regarding your campaign.
You can go to phyllisforcongress.com. And you will have my website. You can follow me on social media, Phyllis Harvey Hall for U.S. House. And you can just, if you go to the website, it will lead you to all my other social media platforms. You can call me at 334-399-1809. We are available. My team and I are on the ground. We are all in is Wiregrass. We spent last night in Dothan. We're here today. We'll be back in Dothan tomorrow. And then we will be going through some of the Oppendale and Ozark area soon.
Make sure you stop in Sampson.
Sampson, okay, we'll come through Sampson.
Well, Ms. Phyllis, thank you for coming through.
Thank you all for this space for us, for listening, giving us a chance to share our platform.
Phyllis Harvey Hall, thank you.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce Republican candidate for House District 91, Mr. Les Hogan. Step up here, Mr.
Appreciate it, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hosting this event for us today. So far, we've had a good time here. We've got food outside. It's a good time to be here. Good Mexican food, got some sweets, good things to fill you up today. What a wonderful opportunity it is to be here. And thank you to the Legislative Committee and the members of the IMAW Lodge 2003. And I'd like to thank my brother Patrick Wise for reaching out to me, inviting me to this event today, for an opportunity to show up, to be heard, and to be counted. Like your commercial says, to advertise the event, with rising prices, inflation, the closing of churches and businesses, ongoing mandates, essential workers being determined, we have our military servicemen and women losing their careers by being forced to take an unproven and uncontroversial vaccination after they've sacrificed so much for our country during the pandemic. But briefly, what does the IAM stand for me? Well, hundreds of my family members and friends have worked and continue to earn their living serving our troops here at Camp Rucker, as we know it as Fort Rucker. And they're still members of this union. Specifically, I'd like to thank everyone, present and past, that maintained the UH-1s and the UH-60 aircraft that brought my dad home safely to me, my mom, and my sister every night from 1974 to 2020. God bless you all. Brief introduction about myself is my name is Les Hogan. My father and grandfather were flight instructors at Low Field. My uncle is here today with me, and he's a mechanic there at Low Field still today. Had numerous family members and friends there that serve our country at Fort Rucker. I've entered politics just recently. Well, let me back up a little bit. As a young child, my great uncle was a member here, and there wasn't a legislative committee at that point, but he headed up some campaigns for members of the state of Alabama back then. He would pick us up on a Saturday morning and take us around Dale County, and we would pass out flyers, and then our pay was going to Pizza Hut and Ozark and getting some lunch. So for many years, I remember doing that with him in the summertime. So that's how I kind of got first introduced to politics. Also, he was the mayor in Level Plains. My mother was on the city council. My grandfather was on the city council. So we've had a little bit of political environment in small town. But what made me decide to run for the State House of Representatives? So the first question you have to ask is, why would you be so foolish to do something like this? Well, like many of you, I'm tired of sitting around idly by and watching as our state and country erode. Seems there's a disconnect between our legislation in Montgomery and the people in their cities and homes. Our state government and elected officials sat idly by on their hands, and I say with duct tape over their mouths, while the state health officer and the governor shut down our churches, businesses, causing people to lose their jobs and potentially losing their careers. They alone decided who was essential and who was not. They told Mark, Nancy, Philip they had to close their family business that they've run for 30, 40, 50 years, while they allowed the big box stores to remain open. They chose winners and losers. That's un-American. Our school children were forced out of school to learn from home. Our public parks were closed. Yet I don't have personal knowledge of one elected official that stood up for the citizens of Alabama and publicly stood for the rights of the individual. The people were mandated and never given a choice. When the children returned to school in 2001, a week before school started, many cities and school districts across the state mandated the children to wear a mask. Why? If you dig deep, it was for federal dollars. I believe the schools have began to sell themselves out for federal money. Together we can fight back and bring common sense and return the power of the government to the people. I cannot do it alone. It will take the passion and dedication of we the people to effect change. Government mandates, individual rights and freedoms should trump and be at the forefront of any government policy. The citizens of Alabama should be given a choice, not mandates. The people in Alabama are traditionally conservative, no matter which side of the aisle you're on. Yet the politicians in Montgomery, I believe, have lost their way. We must hold our elected officials accountable for their actions or inaction and voting records not only during this election cycle, but for their last 3.5 to 4 years in term, some even longer than that. So my platform is taxes. One of the first points is taxes. Our current Republican supermajority continue to place tax burdens on its citizens through force and coercion. Legislators were forced to vote on the gas tax in 2019, or else they wouldn't get road projects and other construction projects done in their districts. Inflation's at its highest point in over 30 years. Yet they continue to burden us with taxes. Constitutional rights. Our right to free speech is being violated every day. School systems, college school systems, are restricting the right of conservatives to speak on their campuses. It's the Second Amendment. And we've seen recently that the Congress, or the legislature here in Alabama passed a constitutional carry bill. You know, gun activists give that bill a C+ rating. And then they turn right around and pass a mental health type bill that's related to, if you think you're mentally incompetent, I could call, if I think you're mentally incompetent, I could call this hotline number and have you placed on a list where you couldn't buy a weapon without due process. As the constitutionalist, that's not what the Second Amendment protects. It protects our right to bear arms, to keep and bear arms. Education, we see there's a fight in education right now. We see that our state has gone from 26th, middle of the pack in education in the years of 2010 to last in nearly every category across the board. You know, while Republicans continue to just pour money and more money into the school system, they're trying to fix a problem of money, and it can't be done. I have run out of time, and I never thought that would happen. And I just told you I've now run out of time. Thank you for letting me speak.
So you talked about the closing of churches and businesses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So what do you think can be done to assist in this economic recovery since we've had to deal with this for such a long period of time?
Yeah. Well, if we understand what our Congress and legislature are telling us now, that Alabama didn't suffer too bad, if you can believe that. And I believe they can say that because we got all the federal money. So if I'm not mistaken, we're some $140 million above budget. Can't quote me on that number. I don't have that number right in front of me. But they come out of the legislation sessions and they're telling you that every time. Hey, we're ahead of budget, we're ahead of budget. But they never turn around and give the individual a tax relief. So how can we recover? We've got to just promote our businesses. We've got to promote bringing businesses back into the state, giving them opportunities, giving them incentives to come into our state, and open up more jobs.
Do you think that it is necessary to have photo identification to vote?
Yes, ma'am. I do. There's no need to expound on that. Everything we do in life requires a photo identification. If I walk right across the street to the Army, All-In Credit Union, to try to open up an account, they're not going to let me do it without 2 forms of identification. So I think if you're going to vote, the voting right is for the American citizen. It's not for anyone else, and we should be able to prove that we're a citizen of the United States.
Okay, what ideas do you have to fund repairs on state roads and highways?
What do I have? Well, we already have it. We've got a gas tax.
No,
we've got a gas tax.
I'm talking about you.
Me?
How would you go about funding?
How would I go about funding the roads?
If you were to write a bill.
If I was to write a bill, that's a good question. I have not thought about that. But I can tell you what I don't like is the gas tax being forced upon us and being a perpetual tax that is constant and continuous and does have no end. So that will continue. So what I would do is we've already got a budget. Let's look at that budget and let's build something. I work in the nursing home industry. We have bare minimum revenues at the end of every month. So if I want something, I have to plan ahead. I have to say, okay, I need 6 wheelchairs. Well, I need 6 wheelchairs in 6 months. So I'm going to buy one every year. or every month until I get the wheelchairs that I need. So I think the same kind of philosophy should go to the government. If we need to build some roads, we need to prioritize these roads. We need to put them in the budget and make them happen. Instead of waiting 40 years till we need to repair them all at one time.
Do you believe that convicted felons should lose the right to vote?
I believe that's already been established that they do. Should there be any recourse that a felon can come back and make amends and recover their right to vote? I think that would be on an individual basis according to what the crime was.
Now, what would your belief be on how someone who has served his time and re-entered society, how would he go about reestablishing his right to vote?
Yeah. That's a tough question according to what the crime is. I know we look at crimes in different levels, and
well, it's like if you got caught DUI, you had to go to all those classes.
Yeah, well, DUI is totally different than somebody molesting a child or killing somebody, or
you've paid your debt to society.
Yeah.
How do you make yourself whole?
Well, as a Christian, I think you make yourself whole in spiritually first. Now, society has a different rule. And, you know, if we as a people agree that they should not have a right to vote according to the crime that they committed, then the society should stick with what they decide. And the spiritual side of things will take care of themselves.
Young people have engaged in elections in greater numbers than ever before.
Mm-hmm.
How will you keep them engaged?
Well, we have to. You know, I told you I work in healthcare, and our average age of employment is about 50 years old. And so getting young people engaged, taking accountability for themselves as far as work, how they stand and how they look at politics, you know, we've got to keep them engaged. We've got social media. We've got those outlets that we can continue to engage them in that manner. We've got to make it interesting for them. You know, what do they see? I'm looking at my kids. I've got 5 kids. You know, we talk about politics a lot at our house. I don't know what happens in most houses, but our kids are highly engaged. They know what's going on. They know what their future looks like and how decisions that our government leaders make affect their future or could affect their future.
Oh, do you have any ideas on how you might better fund the education system? Because we're always short of money.
I disagree 100%. We are not always short of money. Yeah. I think they just passed the largest education bill ever and dropped $192 million on some math teachers. All they did was create a bigger government. I'm married to a teacher. Her mother was a teacher, and there's not a lack of money in education. It's just the way it's being spent.
Yeah. What is your negotiating style and approach and philosophy for dealing with adversary?
Well, I think there's always an ability to create a mutual ground, to come up with a resolution that is a win-win solution. And if there's not, and if we're negotiating, you and I are negotiating, and it affects a moral ground, then I'm going to stand my moral ground and never give in. If it's an event where, you know, we may disagree on a policy, or we may disagree on a fundamental principle that's not a fundamental principle, but we may agree on something that's not going to affect the individual or cause a burden to the citizens of the state, I think we can just make a resolution and come to an agreement somewhere in the midway of in the middle of the road.
Let's see. How do you relax and recharge?
Exercise, sleep, prayer, and fun. And contrary to popular belief, I like to work. I come home from our regular job and I'll de-stress doing our secondary job. So that's a good way to get to hang out with my kids doing that, teaching them some life lessons and work skills for them to prepare as they transition through high school and into the workforce.
Okay, thank you for
Thank
showing
you.
up.
I certainly appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Listening to you speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
pubs, bars.
It's nice, so it's drinkable, that's the problem.
Around the time, well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. They sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. There's not a lot of people.
You telling me, brother?
Welcome to the States and Cakes debrief. Hey, Les.
How you doing, Patrick?
Everywhere I see these gigantic posters, I even seen you with a sledgehammer knocking down some rebar tying them on there. Fight back. How did you come up with that theme for your campaign?
We had a committee of gentlemen that met together, and we were talking about the issues.
Right.
Back late last year, what we see, the direction of our country.
What do you see?
Well, we just see that it's not going the way we want. We see, I'm gonna call it woke ideals, that we're having to accept things that we don't believe in. We're having to accept mandates, transgenderism, taxes. And it seems like that the government just doesn't recognize the people, and they're forcing things down ordinary people's throats that they just wouldn't believe in or wouldn't support otherwise.
I got a question. Maybe you can help me. I mean, you seem like a well-rounded person. The viewpoints that you're just talking about, I was talking to someone claimed to be a progressive.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to see progress for the people. They see that they're buying larger homes, paying a lot more money, but the area around them is not growing at all. A progressive mindset is saying like, hey, we need to keep people here where tax dollars are here and shop locally. Don't have to go to Panama City or to Montgomery. How can you help those people in that mindset? That how can I make that happen for my community where I can help it grow?
Yeah.
Not only from a financial perspective, but also taxes as well.
Yeah, well, I think as a state level representative, we can do that by assisting bringing in businesses to our community. We have actually, I'm living in the enterprise community, so we have a lot of people who are, going out and recruiting companies already to come to our city.
Right.
You hear a lot of things about what people want. We want restaurants. We want these type businesses. But we have to be attractive to those businesses.
Absolutely.
How are we attractive? Are we offering them incentives? Do we have the buildings they need? Do we have the land that they need? Being Keith, they're not in Enterprise city limits proper. They're in New Brockton city limits. But they came in. They built an enormous factory. They're filling it up. They're servicing out of it. Bringing a lot of good jobs into that area, keeping tax dollars local. So
I was looking at a model, that Peachtree City in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Same population, same demographics, everybody's working, middle class. So you're saying taking those examples, trimming it and making it fit yours is something that we probably need to do, see where it's working.
Well, Peachtree City, and I'm not 100% on the area of Atlanta. I believe I go through there on the way. It's from south. I think it's from the south side. So they have Atlanta to pull from, right?
Right.
So they're going to pull a massive amount of population from there. So, we would, like you mentioned, if their model was working for them, maybe we look at that model in the Wiregrass, Coffee County area and see how we can relate that to what's best for us. We have agriculture. We're strong in agriculture. We're strong in aviation, military service. How can we bring some of those businesses that support those industries into this area?
I got you.
I'm in contact with several people in Enterprise that in the surrounding area, just bringing businesses in. There's some good things that are about to be announced. We hope
coming down the pipe, right?
Yep, downtown. So we hope we got some good things coming. We sure appreciate it.
Frank got on to you. He asked you, how do you unwind?
Yeah.
You didn't tell him that you're old ball coach. Why you?
Man, it caught me off guard. Yeah. my passion, if I could get paid to do it, would be to coach youth sports. Man, I got a 6-year-old. I love coaching his little baseball team. They got some great personalities on there. They check us out on Facebook. They tag me in all their pictures. They're great kids. Got a 12-year-old team we coach for the Enterprise Parks and Recreation Department. Have a lot of fun with that. And then blessed enough to have been asked to coach a group of boys, 12-year-old travel ball team, and if it's basketball season, we're coaching basketball.
I'm trying to get out there to coach New Brighton this year. I'm coming out of retirement.
Hey, man.
I'm coming out.
I tell you, they've got another guy's moved into town. He's a wrestling coach and from New Jersey, and he loves football. Big, strong guy, and he's interested to start one of those travel football teams that you and I talked about. Yeah, you and him make a good pair of that.
Hey, I tell you what, tell everybody how they can learn more about your platform.
You can reach out to us at leswhogan.com. We have a Facebook page at Hogan for House 91, and my phone number's on there. You can reach us there. You can text us, email us. We'd love to talk with you more about what's happening in Alabama and what we think we can do to affect positive change. And thank you for giving us this opportunity,
man, I thank you being as genuine that you are, man, and good luck to you, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
Love you.
Thank
Same
you.
here.
Pleasure to meet you.
We went for half a million and they kept just waiting. We went there, we waited.
All right, up next we have Josh Carnley, Republican running for Alabama Senate, District 31.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address your group. Thank you for your time today. Put my phone down here so I don't tempted to pick it up. But like you said, my name is Josh Carnley. I'm a candidate for Alabama State Senate District 31. District 31 encompasses Coffee County, Covington County, Pike County, and the northern part of Dale County. Pretty big territory for me to try to get around. But I was born and raised in Coffee County in the I Know community. It's a little farming community. Grew up out there on my family's farm. Graduated from Kinston High School, attended Auburn University, and received a degree in agronomy and soils. And after college, I had the opportunity to move back home. I used to always think I wanted to move away, but after going away, I realized I liked home, so I moved back here to Coffee County and started a small business. I'm in the insurance business. Over the 22 years of business, we've grown. We have offices in Troy, one in Enterprise, we have one in Andalusia. In that business, I had the opportunity to serve farmers, small business owners, and individuals in the community. After college, I met my wife. We've been married 19 years, Valerie Presley. She is from Opp, Alabama, went to school at Opp, graduated from Auburn University. We have 3 children. I have a 15-year-old daughter who will be 16 on Monday, so my life's about to change. So it's my pocketbook. But we have a 12-year-old daughter, and we have a 10-year-old son. So, we have a lot of activities going on at home, but thoroughly enjoy family life and enjoy being able to spend time with them. In 2012, I had the opportunity to run for the county commission in Coffee County. And that was an opportunity. I was given some advice by somebody that was at the state level to say, hey, you should get involved in local government to understand if that's something you want to do. And so, like many people, I went in thinking I knew a lot, but then I realized I had a lot to learn. And, through being a commissioner, I've learned a lot of good, valuable characteristics that I believe. And the biggest one is just serving my community. The hard work that goes into it, making it a better place to work and to live. Through my time as a commissioner, I've had a lot of opportunities to meet people and to try to work through problems and solutions. And, the biggest thing is I think we as elected officials need to do a better job of listening to our constituents. Too many times people get elected, and I joked the other day with somebody, I said, I don't know what it is about winning an election. People begin to think they're a specialist and knowledge on everything. And as it's been said, I'm not an educator. I'm not a healthcare. I am not a mechanic. I'm not an airframe specialist. So, if there are issues that affect those, my job is to go back and to listen, to take the time to understand what is the problem, and let the specialists in that help me understand so I can represent them or their group in Montgomery. I didn't mention, but I'm also a member of Ino Baptist Church out in the Ino community where I serve as a teacher and a deacon. And I say that because my Christian faith, that's the foundation of my decision making. The things that I do, I believe in honesty and integrity. We may disagree on an issue, but, I believe it's my job to listen and to give you an open mind and an open heart as we talk. And as I've said, through, being married, being a father, through being a small business owner, I think that they've provided me with valuable opportunities to learn a lot about life and things that I think would be beneficial in Montgomery. And, a couple of those things are just learning to work with others. The question's been asked, how would you work with adversaries? I think the important thing is to sit down, respect one another, and to listen and to communicate. Too many times we think because we have differences of opinion, we can't work together, but that's not true. I'm not going to compromise my morals and my ethics, but I do believe, we do need to work together, because if we don't work together, we'll never accomplish anything. You'll see two sides polarized, and, I'm not going to help you on this issue, and when you need help, I'm not going to help you. So, I think we do have to learn to work together. And as I've already said, I think the biggest thing is learning to listen to people. I've had the opportunity in this campaign to attend a lot of meetings. I've spent a lot of time going to the South Alabama Liberty meetings and listening to the things that have been said, and a lot of people that work on Fort Rucker have attended out there. So, those are just examples of how I want to serve, not by coming down and telling you what we need to do, but by listening and saying, what can I do to serve you? Too many times I think elected officials forget the people who pay their, who write their paycheck are the people that elected them and put them in position. So, we need to act as servants, not as people that are dictators and going to drive the issues. But, in saying that, in meeting with people, I do want to have town halls, and I do want to go to union meetings and listen and learn the issues that are out there that we need to do a better job of representing. I say this because these are things that I've used in my business. These are things I use in my personal life, and there's some scripture out of the Bible. But even if you're not a Christian, I think they still apply, and you can respect the verses and what they say. 1 Corinthians 10:24 says, let no man let no man seek his own good, but everyone the good of another. Philippians 2:3 says, let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in everything with humility, putting others ahead of themselves. So, those are just good, examples of how we as servants, as leaders, as elected officials should treat our constituents. And I think if we did that, if we took those characteristics to Montgomery, we would see a better government and a better place to live. As I've been asked so many times, why would you want to do this? Why would you want to put yourself through this? And I think it's, our job as leaders to stand up in our communities and stand in the gap for those who aren't able to, who don't want to. But the biggest reason is for my family. I've got 3 kids, as I've mentioned, and I'm concerned about the world that they're going to grow up in, and the decisions and the things that go on in Montgomery and Washington, D.C., they affect that world. And I believe I want to stand up and be a part of the solution and not just sit back and talk about it. But, we need to be careful, and we need to be willing to stand up and lead. And some of the things that I stand for, the issues, first and foremost, I'm pro-life. I believe life happens at conceptions, period. And that's where I stand on the issue. I'm pro-Second Amendment. I believe it's our constitutional right, and that's where it is, and it's not my job to try to rewrite that. I'm for personal choice. I've said it the whole time with the vaccine mandates and the mask mandates. It was not an issue of health protection. It was an issue of control. And we as a people need to stand against that. Now, if you want to take the vaccine, take it. I'm not opposed to it. But I don't think any big government needs to force it down your throat. Because what if it's an issue that you don't agree with? If that government's already taken that stance and said, hey, I can control what you do, then they get to push that down on you. So I think we need to be careful, whether you agree or not, that we don't want government controlling our everyday decisions. I believe I can speak, and everybody understands this, inflation is out of control. The things that we used to be able to buy, take a lot more money to do, and so we have to get that under control. I'm out of time, so I'm going to stop. Answer questions.
So, I just want to talk about labor unions as a whole for a minute.
Okay.
What is your stance on it in the enacting of the Protecting the Right to Organize, the PRO Act?
The what act now?
The PRO Act.
You have to.
Protecting the right to organize.
Listen, I'm fine with, people organizing and being able to unionize. I mean, I've had lots of friends and family members that work out at Fort Rucker, and, if that's their choice, as long as they're not forced to join and be, have to abide by rules, I feel like it's their choice to join, and, I'm fine with unions.
Speaking about education, what is your stance on critical race theory being taught kindergarten through 12th grade?
Okay, I'm going to say it like this. I'm for education, not indoctrination. And I believe that our education system should be teaching math, science, English, and spelling. I don't think we need to get into social issues, not with, public funding. If parents want to teach that at home, they can teach it at home. I say let's teach American history. We need to learn what our Constitution says, what the Declaration of Independence says, and I think that's what we need to know. And outside of that, I don't want my kids having to be taught things that I don't believe. And I don't want them to do it with public funding.
Do you think that Alabama would benefit with educational lottery? Are you in favor for the lottery?
I'm opposed to the lottery. I'm opposed to it simply because we already say we don't trust our government and we want to give them more money. If you read the lottery bill that was put out there this time, you had a lottery commission that was going to be started, and it said in that bill, the chairman of the lottery commission was to be a lawyer. I mean, I don't understand that. Why does that have to be? But what my concern would be taking that funding and giving it to education, but robbing education and just doing a hand swap. And I don't think government needs to be in that, so.
Okay, since you have an agricultural background, what is your stance on the legalization of medical marijuana?
Well, I can tell you this, I am not a doctor. So I would refer to healthcare professionals, but I do think that the problem with medical marijuana and what can happen with that is the fact that it can be used to, and I've been told this by people that can prescribe it, because pharmacists can't, prescribe that. I've been told by people that are in pharmacy, that own pharmacies, they're not allowed to touch it. But what's going to keep somebody from taking a bottle that's been filled with medical marijuana, getting it refilled with an illegal or, backroom deal, and then continuing to use it? But, I think if it is a healthcare treatment that a healthcare physician believes, but I think all of the negatives that come along with it are they're a lot, so.
Could you address the criminal justice as the state faces a federal lawsuit over violations in the state prisons?
Yeah. So I think we've seen the statement of kicking the can down the road. We've done it for a long time. Back in 2015, our Republican legislature did a great thing, and I'm being sarcastic, by passing prison reform. I think they thought that just let's let people out of prison, don't serve their time. Let's just get them out of our prison so we don't have to spend money on it. Now we're spending $400 million on prisons. Well, not $400 million, but what's the number? I can't remember now. It's a lot of money that we're spending on that. We were going to spend it anyway, but I'm saying that, as a state, we need to be harsh on criminals. If we're going to deter them from going to prison, we got to make them pay the time for the crime that they do.
What steps, if any, should be taken to curb gun violence in our communities?
I own guns, but I'm not tempted to go out and use them on anybody. I think as far as people go, it's unfortunate that, guns get blamed for the violence, but it's not the guns that kill people, it's the people that are using them on the other end of it, so.
What experiences have you had that helped you deeply understand the mindset and values of another culture?
Well, my Bible tells me that I'm supposed to love my enemy as myself. You know, I'm supposed to treat others with respect, and I believe that, and I live it out. You know, I've got friends that don't agree with me politically, but we're friends, you know. And I've said before, I mean, I think that we have to learn to listen to one another. Doesn't mean we have to agree, but why is it that if you disagree with somebody, you have to be, you know, you can't talk, you have to be adversarial, you have to be, you know, fighting, or, you know, I think it's just what people have promoted because it looks good, you know, whenever people are out there fighting. But you know, I can work with people, and, you know, not that I'm going to agree with them, but, you know, I'm not going to kick them out and say, hey, I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
What committees do you feel you would be qualified to sit on in the legislature?
Qualified, agriculture for sure. You know, I want to serve on the military and the veterans committees. I've met a lot of good veterans here in our community that I believe that we can do a better job of serving and making sure that they're taken care of, and I would like to serve on those committees.
How would you better fund the repair of state roads and highways?
Well, as a commissioner, I get to see this every day. You know, we did get money from the state tax, but what happened? The cost to pave a road goes through the roof. When I started as a commissioner, it took us approximately $80,000 to resurface a road. It's $150,000 today. So, you know, we can keep raising taxes, but until, you know, inflation gets under control, we're going to have a hard time of ever keeping pace with the cost of what it takes to rebuild a road. But I'm for smaller government. I'm saying we need to be efficient where we spend our money. We need to figure out, you know, where can we cut and where can we use that money best. I believe our road systems need to be graded. We need to put priorities on them, and that's where we need to focus our funds, not just giving it out for political reasons.
Thank you for showing up.
Appreciate it.
With us your ideas for the office you're running for.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Coming out in the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
Welcome to our States at the Gates Post interview. I'm with Josh Carney, a local commissioner, right?
Yes.
Local commissioner at Coffee County. Yay.
Yeah.
I tell you, I was just sitting there listening to you. You sound like someone of conviction and truth, and that genuine nature should help you go a long way.
Well, I appreciate
Where did that come from?
My family, my raising.
Right.
My grandfather was a Baptist pastor, and my dad, you know, just raised in the
You
church.
reared up good.
I was reared up good. I had good. It wasn't anything I had to do. It was my folks. So.
Right. So what do you think what separates you from your competitors in regards to this race? You know how things get people lose their voice, sounding like other people's voice.
Yeah.
I hear you, and I'm quite sure our constituents want to hear you too.
Right.
What makes you different?
Well, you know, I always tell people these cards are advertisements, and if you look at them, they all say very similar things. You know, it's easy to stand up and talk. I think it's your actions and your history and the things that people say about you and your community, those that you've served and worked with. I think it's important what they believe about you. And, you know, you asked what separates me. I just believe I truly know how to listen to people. You know, and I believe that a government is for the people and of the people, and we need to do a better job as as elected officials to listen to those. And you know, people say that, you know, but you know, a lot of people go and you know, forget who they serve.
Lose their way.
Yeah, and you know, it's been hard learning as a commissioner. I can't always help everybody, and it's uncomfortable when you say I can't help you. But it's, you know, being honest with people, and those people I've learned, if you will respond to them, if you'll show that you will communicate and listen, you know, they may not agree the fact that you can't help them, but they appreciate the fact that you take the time to listen to them, and so.
you know, in politics, as you well know, if you go in there and you're doing the right thing and you vote on the right thing, sometimes you'll be a one-term official. Is that something that you worry about?
No.
Are you a man of faith? As men of faith, you know, is that something really that you worry about not doing the right thing?
Because I think that would be the greatest compliment to any person, whatever they believe, to say, hey, I went down because I stood up for what I believed in.
Check your record, right?
Because too many times people are still there because they, you know, caved to what the special interests wanted. So if that's what Alabama wants, that's what they can have, but it won't be because of me, you know.
Well, I can tell you now, Judge, I'm wiregrassing from right there in Sampson. I'm glad that you came here to the States at the Gate. Tell the people where they can see any of your information. What
Okay,
you have.
we have a website, Carnley for Senate, 4 is spelled out, carnleyforsenate.com. You can go there and you can read a little bit about me. We have a Facebook page, and you know, we try to update people on what we're doing. And through that, I try to prove to people, I'm not just telling you I want to serve you, I go serve. You know, I go to meetings and I try to be involved in communities all throughout the district. So Facebook's a good place to see that we truly are putting feet on the ground and being plugged into our community. So,
well, you know, May 24th is coming around here fast.
Praise the Lord.
And we welcome you come out to our meetings. We have meetings every first Saturday.
Okay.
And you get with any of the GNCs or any of the elected officials. We'd love to hear how's it going right before the election.
Sure. I'd love to come out and meet more people.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Enjoy some of that cake we got out there.
I will. I already had the strawberry. It's good.
It's good?
Yeah, it is.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Vimal Patel, Democrat for U.S. Congress. Come on up here, Vimal.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good. I'd like to take a moment to thank Frank, Michelle, Pucci, and Patrick over there for putting this together. If I miss anybody, I'm sorry, but this is a big room. This is a beautiful room. This is a room that we've invited both Republicans and Democrats to come speak. This is civil engagement. This is what we need. This is how we win. This is how America wins. So I want to start with who I am. I'm Vimal Patel. I'm running for the 2nd congressional seat that spans up from Prattville down to Dothan and Enterprise to Eufaula. It's a large area to cover, but we've had a really good time traveling in between. We have businesses in most all of these cities. There are hotels, laundromats, gas stations. I don't think I missed anything, but there might be something snuck in there. Let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about what our platform is. Education reform is definitely something on all of our minds. I think we've been talking about this for decades, and we take these small little steps towards it. No one really has a plan. It's more of just like, hey, let's talk about education reform. It's not an attractive topic to talk about, and the federal level has their limitations on what they can do. I'm not the federal guy to come and overstep into the state or local rights or parental rights. We can do this together, and I've learned a lot as we do the campaign trail of what we can do if we're together. That's important, together. What does together mean? We're going to talk about what together means. Second on my platform issue is small business. To talk about small business, you have to know small business. You have to remember when you were 7 years old helping dad and mom clean hotel rooms, small business. That hasn't changed. We're still there. We're still leading from the front. 2008 is when I got back in. I graduated from Auburn University with a political science degree. That's about as far as I let my political resume take me, because there's something about career politicians that just rubs me the wrong way. I got back, I took over my family business, and we had a great recession. This great recession taught me a lot about efficiency. It taught me a lot about hard work and leading from the front. I got a second opportunity when COVID struck. COVID struck, a lot of people tucked tail inside. I was there. I was out in front. My wife was definitely out in front helping clean so many rooms over such a long period of time. And You know, I like to talk about my team a lot too. No one person is running for an office. Anybody here that's speaking, and they're amazing folks in this room, they take my breath away when I listen to them and when I learn from them. But none of them are running by themselves. They're running with teams. So you have to have somebody who can put teams together. I have amazing teams. I have teams in Montgomery. I have teams in Troy. I have teams in Dothan. I have teams in Enterprise. I have teams in Eufaula. I have so many teams that I feel like a spoiled little kid sometimes. I do. But I'm here to talk about those two things, and I want to talk about, more importantly, you know, how we can make sure that we all are cognizant of what together means, what bipartisanship means. I get given a list of items of what we talk about or what we hear about, and you always hear some parties and some candidates just stick to the script. Let's get away from the script. Let's focus on Americans first. Let's focus on what we agree on. Let's work on those things that we agree on so we are not constantly pitting each other against ourselves. These two political parties, they got it down packed of what they want to do. Let's empower third parties. There's third parties out there that don't need to get 100,000 signatures to be on a ballot. Let's help them. Let's help them get on the ballot. Let's help them get on this stage and in this room. With that, I'm going to open it up to your questions.
You graduated from Auburn University?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your degree in?
My degree is in political science.
Okay.
And I will tell you that ever since, I think 9/11 was a big point for me. 9/11, my family's done a lot in the community for Troy, Alabama. That's where I went to high school at Charles Henderson. And we have friends all across the country. If you know anything about Patels, we're all over. And anywhere you drop ship us, I think there's a hotel, a Comfort Inn, or a Sleep Inn, or a Hampton Inn, like my friend Hilton likes to stay at, that you'll find us operating. My community, Troy community, they treated us very well. That was a tough time, though, right? That was a tough time. So now,
when you were at Auburn, did you serve on any type of student government?
It's a great question. I actually served as I was slated to serve as leadership for college Republicans. And you know, even when we sit here in these rooms and we talk, like, the labels to me, I don't understand the labels. Now, I've tried to understand the liberal label or the conservative label or the Republican label or the Democrat label. But you see, my fingers ain't even going in the right spots. I just don't know them. I consider myself American first, and when I hear a topic, I think, wait, what is the right course of action? Sometimes I'll read it, and then I'll be like, oh, but this party I'm trying to get a nomination for says completely different. And still, it doesn't shake how I come out here and I talk to you guys.
So, we were talking, one of your big points was education. How do you feel about a lottery for education in the state of Alabama?
Yeah, look, you know, the lottery is a great topic to talk about. I mean, there's two sides to this, but now, how are we going to structure it is my concern. So I hear Carnley's comment about this, that, hey, you're going to create a lottery commission, and I think to myself, in perpetuity, eternity, how far is it efficient until it's inefficient? And I want to do anything we can to help our education system, but let's not make sure that we continue to add red tape, because I will tell you there is a lot of red tape out there. And if we're going to elect folks, I think one of the key points I would look at, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, is how many people do we want to elect that would not make up frivolous legislation, because then we're born with that legislation. We have to live with it.
So, and you mentioned that you're very experienced in the small business world. Do you have an opinion on labor unions and how they should be handled?
Yeah, I think, you know, the right to organize is as important as any right, and I think we have to defend those rights. You know, I think that's self-explanatory, especially when you think, well, what does freedom mean? What does that mean from a social aspect, from a financial aspect? The right to organize is one of our inherent freedoms, and I think we need to defend it.
you were elected, which committees do you feel you'd be qualified to sit on?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a question me and Phyllis take everywhere we go, and both of us are big on our armed forces and education, and those are two that we both want to be on. I have to say, just knowing the financial aspect of it, I would like to plant a seed in Speaker Pelosi's or Speaker McCarthy. We have to say that. That's a reality. We need to confront that, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. You have to understand how that works, and I'm going to plant a bug in either one of those two ears that I would love to be on appropriations. You know, you spend a lot of time trying to get in that committee. We may have a better shot than we think if we elect the right type of candidate that says, I don't understand labels. There's something nice about that naivety that I am excited to go there and get that assignment.
Can you give us any examples from your past as to how you helped change the culture of an organization?
Great, yeah. I'm really enjoying the fastball right down the middle. When I took over in 2008, and I say this, and my father left, he had a church event to go to, but you know, I love my father, and I don't want anything I'm about to say to come across anything opposite. He has done amazing things in this country for an immigrant who came here in 1980 with, it's the story we all hear. We come here with nothing, and then now you come here and your son is running for a congressional office. It's unbelievable when you look at it. If you wrote it down, you'd say, how? But he worked so hard, and he did so much that I think he might have left some of our people behind. And it wasn't a deliberate move. It's just you're so stuck on working and you don't understand. You haven't really assimilated to America. And one of the things I did immediately is I went people first. And my people, I have 60, 70 people between my 4 hotels. And I think if you talk to any one of them, how they identify, it doesn't matter, because May 24th, they're asking for a ballot that says Vimal Patel on it, and they're going to check mark it and put it in through the scanner.
So you brought up that your father was an immigrant and came here legally. What is your opinion on this illegal immigration problem that we have in the United States right now?
There is phenomenal consensus on immigration when we talk about illegal immigration and proper immigration. And nobody is out to say, well, here, nobody's defending illegal immigration so much as we're talking about how the immigration system is severely torn. Let's address that. Let's address the torn aspect and then try to figure out where we fit on the legal and illegal definition. Because when I look back, remember, immigrated in 1980, my father. I was born in 1984. When I got my political science degree, I looked back and I said, I think we made some mistakes a long time ago, and I think we fixed some of them, but there's some mistakes we haven't fixed yet. We need to fix them. I hope one of our next questions revolves around the medical marijuana, because there's something to fix there. We've shattered families. You couldn't make it up. 100 years from now, we'll look back and say, we really imprisoned somebody for 25 years for smoking some pot, and somebody will be like, we did do that. We did it, and we were happy about it, because we haven't changed it yet, have we?
Okay, what are the keys to translating your vision for America's future into action?
Yeah, it gets back to the election. It gets back to who we're putting in office, and I would tell you, Republican or Democrat or Independent, there's a timer on that clock. There's a timer, and when you go out there and you can identify yourself as a career politician, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. We got to get them out. And look, legislating this, Frank, isn't going to be easy. If people in here think I'm going to walk into D.C. and legislate term limits, that's impossible. I'm happy to make 434 enemies, okay? But you got to lead by example. And the thing I love about the Wiregrass is we like to lead by example.
Okay, can you describe some of your personal tools for dealing with adversaries?
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The adversary part, I'll take a realistic approach and say, yes, I'm sure I have enemies. I don't frame it that way. I'm a very positive thinker, and I like to reach consensus. So far, knock on wood, we've done really well in that aspect. There's really a handful of people, if that, that I can say won't return my call or won't talk back with me or whatever the case may be. And I would tell you they will come around as well, Frank.
If elected, how will you gather information to vote on bills for your constituents?
Yeah, that's a great question. Again, it comes back to what team you've assembled. It comes back to your own mental and social and emotional intelligence. A lot of times people tell me, they say, Vimo, I just don't really know how you do what you do when it comes to our business aspect, how I feel spiritually, how I contribute to my Indian organization as their vice president, et cetera, et cetera. And I tell them, I say, look, you really have to block off time. You have to have blocked off time. And then you have to have amazing people around you. And I do. I have amazing people around me.
What I'm getting at is, how will you go about your district?
Mm-hmm.
I asked this question earlier.
I heard.
You commit to having a quarterly meeting with our union on a union meeting day, first Saturday of every month.
I don't even have to commit. I don't even have to win this nomination or this office to commit to something like that. Look, and it's important. You're right that you don't have to be a sitting congressman to make that decision. I think, yeah, absolutely you would, and if anything, you'd be very sick of me very quickly.
What I'm fishing for here is, what is your plan for going about your district to meet with constituents to gather information?
This is it.
DC.
Yeah, this is it. And we have some key level people. Now, they're normal people. They don't have this resume, okay? But like we talk about veterans, what do we need to do to help veterans? Well, you better bet your butt there's going to be a veteran dedicated in my office. Small business, you say, hey, what does that mean? What does a small business champion look like? It means somebody is going to be in my office that I know and I've instructed that you reach out to these small businesses and you tell them this is something they need to go after and get it. I'll give you a quick example. The state of Alabama issued out revival COVID grants of $15,000. My Chamber of Commerce, which is amazing in Dothan, they shared the post. I looked at it, I did my research, and I assigned it. My accountant, I asked my accountant about this. I say, hey, just letting you give a heads up I'm doing this. He didn't even know about it. How many small businesses did not know about it? What happened with that money? Where did that money go? I'm going to hunt that down for our district. I'm going to hunt down every single dollar, whether it's in control of Nancy Pelosi or Kevin McCarthy, and I'm going to bring it back to District 2.
All right. We thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're glad to have you.
We went for the meal and they kept us waiting. We went to an end, we waited. It's almost like you've got it out. They're taking
Welcome back to the Post States at the Gate interview. I'm up here with Vimo Patel, and I got some great update on you. One, Mr. Forrest Lee.
Coach Lee.
Coach Lee.
I don't think this is going to go well. Whatever story is about to come is not going to be good for me.
Hey, he told me, he said, I taught that young man.
He did teach me. He taught me a lot.
He said that you was a very upright, good, hard worker.
Yeah.
And, you know, the word hard work pays dividends to these days and time.
That's right.
I listened to your platform, and I know you have so much more to say.
I do.
Why now? Why do you think it's your time now? Why now for you?
Great. And before I do that, Coach Lee plays a pivotal role. You know, you don't think about these things because that's a time when Coach Lee, he was a lot younger man back then. I was a younger man too.
Yeah.
And to this day, there are things that he said and he did that impact me. It impacts me in a very positive way. Discipline, you know, Coach Lee, man, there's discipline, and now he's gonna say, but Vimo, now you weren't the fastest.
That's right.
You weren't the strongest.
That's right.
But the best compliment he could have given me was what he gave you. He's a hard worker.
A hard worker.
Yes,
He
sir.
stand by that with every meaning that he gonna serve you well.
Yes, sir.
So why now for you?
Why now for me? I'm 38. Okay.
Okay.
You're not guaranteed anything in life. You're not guaranteed any days. I almost drowned when I was about 14. And I remember telling God, I told God, I said, there's so much more I wanted to do in life than this.
Right.
God gave me He gave me another opportunity. Now, this isn't like a fly-by-night decision. I have a political science degree out of Auburn.
Tracking.
Since I was about 17, I said, I want to run for the congressional seat of my district.
Absolutely.
And everything I've done since then has been building up to that moment.
Well, tell me some of the things that you've done
That's great.
to build up.
Yeah, so you know, you have to be engaged with your community so you know what the issues are in your community.
All right.
I'm in leadership for a lot of organizations,
Gotcha.
a lot of nonprofit boards, my Dothan Tuesday Rotary Club, the Alfred Saliba Family Services Center.
I'm a former Saliba employee.
Unbelievable what they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's unbelievable. And,
Career
you know,
development, making the unemployable more employable. That's what we believed in.
And Belinda's an absolute force, and I'm sure she,
Absolutely.
you know, like, I don't know. I don't know what you do when it comes to the next step, because that's a worry for me. When I look at my generation or the generation after me, are we going to be able to fill the shoes before us? Have we been given the tools to do that? And so you ask, well, why now? Why now? And I say, well, education is why now. I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I'm not, you know, they need help. Our education system needs help so we can recover and rebuild.
You know, a couple of the candidates who alluded to some of the question in regards to the lottery. Having stayed in Georgia for 21 years, I see the plus of the lottery in regards to education and how it just changes things, you know, immediately. I do understand the argument, like you said, on both sides, that we don't have the infrastructure to support and protect that type of money. Let's start there. How do you establish that type of infrastructure?
Number one, we've got to rebuild trust in our state government, local government, federal government, whatever the case may be. When we talk government, we have to restore trust. These guys are trying. They're definitely trying. Are the institutions in place to make sure that happens? Are we at a stage where we can process the information? Because I can feed you information all day long. I can feed you statistics all day long. But if we cannot process it, then we can't move forward. That's something we need to do. And I know all my local governments here are doing outreach campaigns. So I'll bring up Fort Rucker to you. Fort Rucker comes to my Rotary Club and they say, hey, we want civilians on base.
Absolutely.
I was blown away. I said, what? I had no clue. I tell them, I say, I had no idea, guys. I'm going to make sure more young people know about this. You know what those guys did to me?
What's that?
They said, Vimo, we are inviting you and letting you invite, I don't know, like 10, 15 other
For a
people.
tour?
For an outreach of future, like the leaders, the young leaders. This was 3 years ago. The young leaders of the Wiregrass. I show up. I spent the whole day with our Commander
Wow.
General. They flew me up in the Black Hawk or the what? I mean, I got chills in my face.
Right, right.
It was a whole day that was dedicated to that outreach, and that's just from me raising my hand. Imagine what I do when I get elected.
You know, the stakes at the gate, you know, just the word stakes at the gate, there's so much at stake at each one of those gates. And this is why this platform is so important. Tell everybody, how can they learn more about your platform? And wrap it up, what would you do in your first year of office?
Great. So first, I always ask people to go to my Facebook page, Vimo Patel for Congress. Hit like, hit follow. That's really the best place you can do it. That place is me. That's me posting. That's not me hiring somebody to post. That's me. I'm posting. So win or lose, draw, when you send that message saying, Vimo, I like this or I don't like it, it's coming right to my phone. Second, I got it. I got a legitimate website. I paid a lot of money for it. It's called patelcongress.com.
Right.
I mean, I don't spend a lot of time perusing my fellow candidates' websites, but by all means, I want to be everywhere where we are. I want to be everywhere in front of us. And you mentioned, what do we want to do our first year?
Your first year.
The first year, we want to start addressing the small business concerns that we can find broad consensus on. There's consensus on both sides. I mean, you look at our communities and I think there's things we can start right there that allow us to talk about more of these controversial topics.
Right. You know, I asked some others, the Wiregrassians that have been a chief from the Wiregrass, is that it's been said in order to do the right thing, you're going to be one of the shortest lived candidate ever, if ever elected. Does that bother you?
Not at all. If you look at my website, I've already committed on what I'm doing. So you got 2 terms. I'm coming back home. I have a 9-year-old. I don't want to spend my entire life in D.C. And you'd be surprised. I think we'll get lobbied a lot to make that next run. And now you'll be able to hold it to me on camera saying you said 2 terms and you'd be out. I'll lead by example. The Wiregrass can do it. We do that in a lot of areas, and I'm gonna protect the Wiregrass
2 terms
integrity.
And do something local, maybe.
Something local. The Department of Education is a real target goal of mine. I hope my legislation or my efforts can protect the Secretary of Education, and then I don't have to spend any more time helping those guys, and I can come back.
Well, you just heard from the man himself, 2 terms. Hold on to that Wiregrass. Let's give it up for Mr. Vimal Patel. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, up next we got Dr. Will Boyd, Democrat running for U.S. Senate.
Actually, I want to do it instead. Tell me when I get started. Start now. Good afternoon. I'm Will Boyd, and just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity to be here with you today. It's an honor to stand before such a great, honorable union. Before I go any further, I just want to let you know that it's an honor to travel the state with all of these great candidates that are here today, and we appreciate, again, the opportunity. I just want to pause and say thank you for all you've done. First of all, thank you for your support in 2018. When Walt Maddox and I ran for lieutenant governor, we were able to do what we did because of strong people like you working alongside us and in different areas. I also want to just say thank you. In 2019, I was allowed to be your keynote speaker for the Alabama State Council, and I just want to say thanks. Almost everywhere I travel, believe it or not, this coin goes with me. This is not the coin of either of my uncles who's a colonel or mobilization commander, but this is your coin. So I have it with me nearly at all times. I want to say thank you for all the work you're doing from a perspective of working in the fields that are in Florida, sugarcane, helping to operate airlines, helping to go and make sure that we launch, we soar, and we go places. One of the 2 things that really impressed me about your organization is the fact that you stress tolerances and also togetherness. You also talk about solidarity and the bonds that lie within. That is what we need across our great state right now that's so divisive. We need people like you and your organization to continue to push forward. So since 1888, 134 years, you all have been doing an incredible job with your union, helping out so many people across this great state. And that's why I want to partner with you to make sure in the U.S. Senate I support the PRO Act. I want to make sure we protect the right to organize. I've traveled this state with not only people like U.S. Senator Doug Jones, Secretary of Treasurer, state presidents, and the like. I've gone around this state to almost every county, making sure I explain that we need to go even further than to say we support the PRO Act, but let's make sure we push for things like the Davis-Bacon Act. Make sure we continue to push for the McNamara-O'Hara Act. Let's continue to make sure that there are prevailing wages and that people have a shot at the American dream. The main reason I'm running in this great state of Alabama is because I want every Alabamian to have a shot. And right now, the biggest issues we have relate to education, relate to our economy, relate to health care, and also the rights of voters. Let me pause and say we need to invest in Alabama. And right now, we have an economy that some would argue is doing well. The economy is doing great in some places like these where unemployment may be below the national average. But in reality, we're seeing where we need more people that understand what you understand, what solidarity is all about. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go down to actually Hueytown, really up from where we are today. And I went and talked to people who go down to the lowest parts of the earth, if you would. And they're those United Mine Workers. So today, to be in the presence of people who help us go to the highest levels, I just want to say thank you. and I appreciate you. I want to wrap up my speech by just saying what we need right now in Alabama is people who will fight for you, people who want to invest in Alabama by putting out what I call a blue-collar revival strategy. I want to see more people have the opportunity to go into the building and trades, to go into unions like yours, and to achieve that American dream. Right now, we are seeing where unions are being taken advantage of. And I really hate this statistic, but I'm going to share it with you anyway. In Alabama, we have around a little over 100,000 people that are actually in unions. 5.9% of working people are in unions. That is our lowest since around 1989. Sadly, the problem we have is about 18,000 non-union people are enjoying benefits that come from your union, and they don't even pay union fees. We have to be concerned about that, and we need to make sure we have more union representation and get behind our unions. We want to oppose the right to work or any efforts to repeal or weaken what you have right now with your strong protections of your rights to organize. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. And if I could, I want to pause and say I would like to entertain any questions you have, but we really want to see Alabama invested in, want to see Alabama educated with my Student Success Act, and we want to see voters have an opportunity to be able to speak up and not have like we have across this state, where even the African American voice has been diminished from 29% down to 14%. So may God bless the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, and may God bless this great union.
You spoke about the PRO Act.
Yes, ma'am.
We're all about that right now. How does the right to organize affect economic and social inequality?
Well, right now, one of the most exciting things about unions for me is you have led the way, even as it relates to equality in pay. Women still receive, even with the Lilly Ledbetter Act pushed, women still receive in Alabama about 83 cents to every dollar that male counterparts receive. It's unions like the IATSE, the International Association of Theater and Speech Employees, who have pushed things like you have in solidarity to make sure that women receive equal pay. So unions lead the charge. They're leading the charge in prevailing wages, leading the charge in getting us towards what we would recognize as a realistic living wage. And so that's the equality we want to see. Right now, we have too many people in poverty. 800,000 Alabamians are living in poverty right now. I left a county last night that almost everybody in the room was in as well, where we saw that there are at least 20,000 people who are living in poverty of the 105,000 people that are actually there. So this is what unions do. We need to see more high school students in a dual program where they're able to graduate from high school and walk right into an opportunity for trades. I've actually been a part of that. I've been in the training areas with the carpenters up in North Alabama, and I've witnessed them coming in to get that equal footing that they need. So answering your question one more time, we level the playing fields through unions. We give everybody that shot, that opportunity to do well.
I heard you mention your Student Success Act. Could you tell me about that?
I was a dean and a professor. I joke and say I have more degrees than a thermometer, but I wish I could get paid for them, but I don't get any payment for it. But BS is in engineering, MBA, a few PhDs, a doctorate in psychology, and some honorary doctorates as well. Just wound up with a lot of student debt that I need to pay back myself. But with all that being said, I want to see preparedness and connectedness. I think two unique things I mentioned earlier about you are tolerances and also your ability to bring about that togetherness. But the two key pieces of my legislation are preparedness, taking people who are coming into college with 090, or let me back it up and just say little or no opportunities to study calculus. Maybe they don't understand trigonometry as well. They go in with that lower level first, train in their first year, 090 math, 090 English. Then they go into 101 and they're able to succeed. That's the preparedness part of it. The connectedness part of it comes in with the unions. If you know that someone has an interest in working in a particular trade, maybe they want to learn how to TIG, MIG, maybe you want to learn how to weld in a different way, you partner them up with somebody who's already in that field. And that part helps them to succeed. I have a track record of taking people who were last in class, had first generation college entry levels. And in other words, their mother may have gone to college only in their family. And yet they all graduated with at least a 3.0, some even 4.0s. Some people were at the back of their class, but because we took the time to wrap our arms around them in that solidarity I keep talking about with your union, that created the bond that helped them to succeed.
And I've asked this to other candidates today. Do you think that a lottery would help the educational system?
Absolutely. One of the parts of my student success plans, if I could start from the beginning and work to the end very quickly, is we need to start with pre-K, making sure every person who is 4 to 5 years of age in Alabama, when the brain is actually in its best developmental spot, they need to have access to high quality pre-K. I believe that should be funded by an educational lottery. We have a lot of regressive things going on in Alabama, including a grocery tax that hit the poorest the hardest. Some congressional districts that I'm in have at least 125,000 women without health care. But going directly to what you just mentioned, the educational lottery would help us a whole lot. Right now, we're seeing our money bleed out, or I just see license plates from our state in our contiguous states enjoying the benefits of their lotteries, putting Georgia students to school when I want to see Alabama students go to school.
How you doing, Mr. Boyd?
Fine, sir. How are you?
What are the first three things you're going to do to raise Alabama's confidence once you're in office?
Well, I think my election alone, if I could be brutally honest, will help with the confidence to show that we're not as backwards or behind as we are taught or said we are to be. I think my election would show that we have the ability to put a Democrat in office, not just push all of one particular party through. I would be the first African American to not only receive the nomination through the primary, but actually to be the United States Senator for our great state. That shows progress. I would be a pro-labor person in office. That shows progress. You wouldn't have to question where I stand, where I believe, as it relates to rights to work or rights to organize. You know where I stand. As far as being a person who's progressive-minded, I think that would, again, send a sign to our great state that we are doing something special. So again, those are ways that we can show our state how far we've gone.
What are the most important qualities or skills you look for in the people you want on your senior leadership team?
I wrote 3 books that are available on Amazon. No, I'm not trying to push my books today. One of the books I wrote is Can You Hear Me Now? And I talk about the importance of your core values and your beliefs, making sure that you're able to do what you say. When I worked, believe it or not, I have an engineering degree, and I spent a lot of time in the United States and in different countries. And one of the things I pushed for was ISO, International Organization of Standardization 9001. I made sure people would take quality manuals and do what they said they should do. I made sure people followed procedures. In addition to my engineering and managerial responsibilities, I made sure that people were able to commit. I want people who are going to say what they're going to do and follow through with it. I have a very low tolerance for people who speak a lot but have little action. Matter of fact, I pastor a 162-year-old church. I'm a bishop to churches worldwide. You know, I'm an engineer as well, and I do other things. But my deacons and staff will tell you, even at church, that when we're doing work outside or we're doing work anywhere, I love to shake hands and kiss the babies. But I don't like to do a lot of talking. I like to do things with more of the action. So that's the way I am. I want less talkers. I want more action-oriented people.
Tell us about a high-performing team that you've built.
Well, I have an international team right now as it relates to ministry. That's comprised of people who are doctors in the medical field, as well as people who hold degrees in several other areas. They're blue-collar workers, they're white-collar workers, they're males, they're females. They're experienced, some many more years and some older. Most of the people on my teams are actually probably median age, somewhere around 60 to 70 years old, all phenomenal people. They're almost like SCORE that we talk about in the business world, a society of really people who are retired educators, retired experienced people. I have a team of people around me who are internationally able to work across international lines and do very well. We do well with communication. We do well with obviously reaching out to the needs of people. And we push what I call high levels of servant leadership, and that's what we're all about. I've done it also in the business world. I taught as a business professor, and I've helped people go out to establish their own teams. from a person who's opened an art gallery up to people who've opened businesses that have done very well, including multi-million dollar businesses of minority-owned individuals. I've helped them to go from the ground up to do very well because of the teams that I've had working with me. One of the reasons people laugh at me all the time is I use the word we quite a bit. I believe it ought to be about a team and not about me. Everything that I do, that's just me, all right? But when I talk about the team, it's about us all working together.
What are the most important principles you follow in governing and leading the team?
Well, I just mentioned servant leadership. It's important to make sure you listen to people. I'm running to be a voice for the voiceless. I always put myself in other people's shoes. My parents taught me that every person that I meet is in some way my superior. That doesn't mean I walk around with an inferiority complex. It just means I look for your expertise, your skills, and I try to learn from them. At the same time, I try to make sure that everyone that I'm serving is being heard. And right now in Alabama, we just have so many people who aren't being heard. So many people feel that they're left behind. So I thank you for, again, all you do to listen to people's concerns. Being that shop steward, that union president, looks people's issues and willing to work towards resolutions.
Okay, which committee do you think you would be best qualified to sit on Senate?
Well, we have a need for science and technology. Obviously, we have Huntsville that has a lot going on as it relates to NASA. I would like to see Indian Affairs, which people don't ever talk about, but we have the Poach Creek Indians that are very good friends in the lower part of our state who really need representation, who need at times people to speak up for them as well. I really believe business is important for us as well. I keep mentioning the fact that I'm a pro-labor person, but I believe we need businesses to be supported. Right now, we need all regulations loosened. And by the fact that we have so many regulations on our industries right now, it's causing us to really struggle as a whole. Our state could do a whole lot better in terms of employment if business leaders were able to operate their businesses without so many demands being put on them, so many certifications being required. At the same time, I'm totally against what's called misclassification in the union world, where I see that we have people who are particularly for the boilermakers, particularly also for the pipe fitters, we're seeing where the home and builders are bringing in people who don't even have a license, that may be working under less guidelines and regulations. They're making less pay, they're less experienced, they're no journeymen, they're no apprentices, and all we're seeing is that they're just trying to push through work, get contracts that good paying blue collar workers need to keep. So that's what we need to focus on.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now leave this with you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Except that you've never had the
Welcome back to the Stakes at the Gate post-interview show. Great platform. Tell us more about yourself, and you come from North Alabama, right?
I do. Originally, I'm from Florence, South Carolina, but there's a Florence to Florence connection. I made my way to Florence, Alabama. I tell people they didn't quite pray hard enough. They tried to pray us back home from Illinois, and we wound up in Alabama.
Back in Florence.
Florence to Florence connection, but we live in Hoover. My wife's the vice president of HR for Books A Million.
Gotcha.
So it's just easier for us to be in that particular area, and all of my work, is done all over the state. So we are bouncing between Hoover and Florence, Alabama.
I'll tell you, the Shoals is a good area there. I got a dear friend up there, coach over there at Mars Hill,
yes,
Daryl Higgins.
Yes, sir.
Daryl Higgins. You hear me? I gave you a shout out now.
There you go.
Mars Hill got some great people up in that area, the Muscle Shoals area. And almost seem like the same dynamics that are affecting them almost mirrors what's going on in the Wiregrass.
Absolutely.
How can we address that?
Well, believe it or not, the area you just mentioned is actually in Colbert County and Lauderdale County.
Right.
That's part of the 5th Congressional District and the 4th.
Right.
So you have Lauderdale, Limestone, Madison, Morgan, Jackson.
Absolutely.
Most people focus on Madison, where Huntsville is. They get a lot of attention, a fast-growing city, because they have STEM, or STEAM, science, technology, arts, engineering, and math.
That's right.
We need to make sure the Wiregrass has the same opportunities.
Absolutely.
We need to make sure the Wiregrass area looks like Huntsville.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have the resources here.
There's no reason why we shouldn't.
No reason why you shouldn't, especially with this great union here. We should be outperforming North Alabama.
I tell someone the other day that we're not the Iowa caucus yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but you will be.
I really feel, I keep bringing this city up based on population, is Peachtree City. And it's a city that not only grew in regards to population around 60,000, but everything around it kept the money there in Peachtree. What can we do so we don't have sectionalism like we have up in Huntsville, that we can spread the wealth throughout the whole state of Alabama, particularly the Wiregrass? What can we do to help with that?
Well, one of the things I propose is that we have a mass transit system. We leave a lot of money every year, federal dollars that is, on the table as it relates to, again, putting a high-speed rail in motion as an example.
Right.
You could have someone who works in the Wiregrass or lives in the Wiregrass, but maybe they want to work in Mobile and come back. Maybe you want to shop in Birmingham and again be back in the Wiregrass at night.
Right.
What that would allow is someone could work anywhere in the state, and their tax money, their dollars would go back into investing in a particular area, and everything's accessible. So I know it's a little different. It's just
and more jobs.
More jobs.
More jobs
would be created.
Up and down that Continental.
Up and down that route. I mean, you're talking about laying tracks right along an interstate corridor. You're talking about also opening it up for mass transit. You're looking at, again, beyond airport hubs, the ability to have more places. You have more people shipping goods, bringing goods, and doing well.
You're diversifying.
You're diversifying. That's exactly what you're doing.
Well, I tell you, you mentioned about labor.
Absolutely.
About being a stern believer in labor.
I'm a firm believer. Friend of labor.
Tell me, what would you do if elected in office to help out our brothers and sisters that are on strike right now in Warrior Mets? That really concerns me because it's almost like the barometer.
Oh yeah.
The barometer of goodwill for those who are elected officers. Tell me what you would do.
I spoke with them yesterday, and regrettably, they've been on strike for almost a year, actually over a year now. There are names like Apollo and Blackstone and KKR. These are all names that are associated with it. But to be straightforward and to the point, they went from making, in some cases, and I know issues some people have with salaries, but $84,000 a year to being now in a position where they make $33.
Right.
Some people went from making $33 an hour down to making $23. Now I know for a person who's saying, well, I'm at 5, I would love to get to 7 or 15, that's a lot.
Right.
But you have to understand, these people like you put their necks on the line every day and do some very risky stuff. Right. I mean, it's a lot of safety protocols,
right.
but they do some stuff that requires that type of salary to attract people there. So what we need to see is solidarity as they're standing there. But it's just hard when you have very few people who support you, and you're down to $400 or less a week to feed a family of 4 or 5. And some of those people who are striking at Warren Met are actually having to go over to Amazon and pick up a night job, climb 4 stories.
Wade Bessemer.
You got it right there. And even with all of that, they're still not able to make what they need to match up to what they had. So it's terrible. They're standing there in solidarity as unions all over the state. I think we need to continue to pull together and salute them. If people can jump on the buses and every now and then stand there with them, that's great. But as a senator, you need somebody who understands the PRO Act, the rights to organize. Somebody who will hold that crew, the Met crew, to the fire and say, how are you posting record gains? And that the people are actually, because of scabs going through, because of strike breakers, because people are being brought in from other areas who are coal-minded out of the state, you're still looking at people who you know are experienced on that job unable to go in and work the way they need to.
Well, you had something that you had a while ago.
Yeah. That is very important to me.
It's very important to you. What you have?
Let's see if I can get it out. I'm carrying so much in my pocket here. Let me see if I can find it.
Right.
Come on. There. It's not a nickel, not a silver dollar. Look at this.
Everybody don't get that.
Everybody doesn't get this. Look at that. This is the Alabama State Council of Machinists coin, Alabama Star, of course. You recognize that. I am, and I'm just so honored to have one of these, and I thank you for allowing me to be a friend.
We thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, and good luck.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you very much.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. I saw something on you there. What?
It's my pleasure to introduce Democratic candidate for Alabama State Governor, Chad Chig Martin. Come on up here, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let me let you come here. Thank you, sir. All right. Can you hear me okay? And the first answer to the question is no, the rodeo's not in town. I'm candidate for governor right here in Alabama, Chad Chig Martin. I'm from this big city y'all may have never heard of called Enterprise, Alabama. You know, some people stray over there from Daleville every now and then, but so I was born right here in the Wiregrass. You know, and let me just first say this: when you're running for governor, it's a completely different position than any other position in the room. You represent all the people of the state of Alabama, and you have to know a little bit about your governor. Well, I was born right over here in Enterprise. At that time, it was Gibson Hospital, and now I think it's Humana. It changes so often I can't remember, but my mom and dad, I graduated Enterprise High School. My mom started a little trailer park out in the country over there, Martin Mobile Homes, been out there 55 years. I run it now because unfortunately both of them passed away. Well, got a football scholarship up to the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and just helped my entire family out, paid for my college, and I got up there after about the first month, and you know, back in those days, you dialed 0 to call home, and they said, you got a collect phone call from Chad. You know, you never call collect unless it was an emergency, because you'd get to hear how expensive it was. And I told my mom, I said, hey, I'm ready to hang this stuff up here. I said, I think I'm just going to go down there to Enterprise State Junior College. And she said, no. Said, you sign that paperwork with them, and you're going to work, and you're going to stay there, and you're going to complete it. And I did. And you know, just like your mom always does, she knows right. I stayed there, graduated, and the first thing I did, I came right back home to the Wiregrass, and I had big dreams. Let me tell you, I was going to conquer the world. So there I find myself a month later going door to door selling Electrolux vacuum cleaners, cleaning people's carpet, trying to hustle them a vacuum cleaner. And I did that, and I did my best, and then I got another opportunity in a sales job, and make a long story short, I ended up in the industrial supply business. And that's where I was introduced to this contract that you support out here. And I've dealt with it so long, and I'm sure some of y'all I couldn't even tell you how many name changes there's been over 30 years. I get confused. I think I can remember back to DynCorp. How long ago was that? About 20? Yeah, I forget. But it even goes farther than that. Well, my dad and mom are from Covington County, Alabama, and they moved over here, and the first thing my dad did was he was an aircraft mechanic, and I believe, and I wanted to ask y'all this, I believe it was Hayes in the 70s. Is that right? And so he worked there, ended up being part of the first team that put together the helicopter out at the aviation college that they had sitting out there by the road. So it goes in my background a little bit, this place out here at Fort Rucker. My daughter right back here, and by the way, I've been doing this 3 months, and this is my first events last night and tonight in the Wiregrass area, so it's the first 2 times I've had my daughter Anna with me, but she has a female-owned business that she has been able to conquer and live her dreams as a 51% or more owned woman-owned small business, and she hustles for this contract. We know this contract. We know that this contract energizes this community. We know that restaurants, retail stores, industrial companies, service companies, they all depend on this contract right here. And one thing I'm going to tell you as governor, Unlike a lot of people in this room, this is my home. This is my home area. I know what this contract means. I know what IAMAW means, and it means if you guys are not here, this community's not the same community that it is. So what am I going to do as your governor? I'm going to fight to expand aviation right here on this base. We're going to get more contracts from different branches of the military. We want it all. We want the Navy aviation. We want the Air Force aviation. We want Marine aviation, Coast Guard. And you know what? I want all those people to be union members here and strengthen this union and make you guys stronger. Why am I a good candidate? I'm a good candidate because of this union right here. In dealing with this place for 30 years out here, I've learned a few things. First of all, you better be exactly right on everything you do, or you will find out about it very quickly. If it says it needs to be 7 1/8 inches, it don't need to be 7 1/4. It needs to be 7 1/8 inches. When you tell them out here that something's going to be there in 3 days, it better be there in 3 days. It better have the right part number on it. It better have the right purchase order on it. And what I'm getting out here is that's what I've had to base my life on, is that kind of quality and work. And all I can tell you is you're going to hear a lot of political stuff all day today, but I'm just a guy that lives in this community. If elected, I will support this union. Does that mean I'm over right there? I got 2 minutes.
2-minute warning.
So, you know, good Lord.
Or we can just ask the question.
Yeah, let's get to the questions. I thought it was over then. I shut down. I'm like in a zombified mode when I get going. Yeah.
Tell me what your opinion was on when the federal government came in and said federal workers and contractors should be forced to take the COVID vaccine.
Okay. And I can tell you this, one thing I am very, very proud about, because it's documented, before all this COVID stuff, and just real quickly, I ran as an independent write-in for governor in the last election, said I'd never do it again, but here I am, I love it. So, but when I was even an independent, one thing I said, and this is to your benefit, this is to everybody in the state's benefit. We've got 67 counties right here in Alabama. What I say is we have 8 regions throughout the state, and each one of those regions, we have a doctor, we have a nurse that represents that region. There's one caveat. They have to have served in that region for more than 10 years and understand that region. Well, every single month, I want these people to come together with this technology we have now, like Zoom, and I want these doctors and nurses to all speak to each other, and I want them to tell what's going on in their region, what's the best practices, like, I'm just like Marvin Gaye. I want to know what's going on, you know? And you know what? There's going to be an elected doctor and an elected nurse within this whole group. And you know what? This is a volunteer position that has nothing to do with politics, these people. Every month, that leader, elected nurse and doctor, they're going to get back with me, your governor, and they're going to say, here's the lowdown in this state right now. This is what we're facing. And that's what I'm going to relay out to the people. That's pure medical science right there. That's when your politics cannot be involved in medical decisions. And just to take it a step farther, politics cannot be in our children's educations when they go to school every day. Teachers, principals, all of them, when they shut the car door, they need to leave all agendas at the door and go in and teach our children. We've got to get politics out of all parts of life right now, because it's destroying this country. And I'm a simple, common guy, and that's why I'm going to listen to medical science. You know what? I own a hemp store, a trailer park, and part owner of an industrial company. You don't want me making your health decisions. Unless you like hemp, you'd really like it. Which by the looks of it, some of you, no, I'm joking.
So the current government implemented the gas tax in the state of Alabama. What is your opinion on that?
Oh, yeah, that was horrible. You know, all of us went to sleep one night and gas was $1.90 a gallon. We woke up the next morning, it was $2 a gallon. It was all in the midnight hour. That's the part I didn't like about it. All major decisions in the state that affect the greater good of Alabama. All decisions, lotto, gaming, that's not for a man or a group of guys in really nice suits to make up in Montgomery. That is the people of Alabama's decision. Whatever you decide in a general type vote, that's what we do. It's your money that funds this state, you know, and that's what's forgotten here.
Do you think they should raise a minimum wage?
You know what? I can speak as a business owner here of a small business. Our lowest paid employee, and these are family-owned small business, and this is a 20-year-old employee, we pay $14 an hour to our lowest employee. Because how can I expect somebody to be successful and stay with my company, trying to live on minimum wage? I can't. And it's just like what you guys do here. You protect the people that work for you here, because if it's up to big companies, just like they're doing with the United Mine Workers of America, they went in there up there, they said, and all of this had good intentions. They said, hey, you know what? We're struggling right now in the mining industry. We need this union to drop wages $5 an hour. Well, they did it, but it was supposed to be once they got back on their feet, they got their money back. Well, guess what? They got back on their feet making tens of millions of dollars in profits. Guess what? Those workers don't have their $5 an hour back. And guess what? Thank God they're in a union that's fighting to get that back for them. And they're in a fight and a struggle up there. I was there just like Will Boyd, and I'm just going to tell you all right now, Will and I didn't know each other from Adam. We met in Mobile, Alabama, and we've become good friends, and he's a fine man too. I just want to say that. But yeah, we got to have unions and the private sector in the United States of America have to coexist. And you know what, as a governor, I got to work with the private sector and I got to support unions. That's just the facts of the matter.
Okay. What are your economic plans to put the state of Alabama in a better financial situation?
Well, there's one good thing to my loud mouth that I'm good at. I'm not good at a whole lot of stuff, but I'm good at driving business, believe it or not, you know. I've always been a guy that's been able to go sit in a meeting with guys in $5,000 suits, and I go in there in my blue jeans and people say, you're crazy. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it ain't about all that. It's about communicating with people. It's about having plans. You know what I mean? It's just like what you guys deal with here. And somebody even said it earlier. Everything I do has got to be fair for both sides. You know, there's always a good middle ground, and that's what I do. But to answer your question, what am I going to do that's going to fix this state? I'm not going to sit in a recliner in Montgomery like our current governor. I'm actually going to be on the phone. I'm going to bring the best industry recruiters in this nation to Alabama. There's certain things you have to invest in, and it's things like this. And I'm going to bring the top industry recruiters in the nation to Alabama, but guess what? It don't stop there. I'm going to work with them. You know what? We're going to scour this globe. We're going to find the best paying jobs there are, and they're not just going to, it's not going to end there. I will actively be engaged in negotiating good deals. A good deal right now in Alabama is we bring a plant as part of a Hyundai plant or something, or we give them the land in an industrial park. We give them 10 years worth of property taxes free. We give them 20 years in sales taxes free. Well, guess what? They just brought a host of people in, the core people they need to run these factories, and guess what? They all got about 2,000 or 3,000 kids. And we're wanting to put them in a school system that's already strapped and having major problems. And, you know, we're not wanting to interject any money from this company. The difference in me, I'm gonna negotiate with these companies and say, hey, listen, if you want to be solid and make it here in Alabama, your employees and their children's future are important here. So, hey, pay 30% of the taxes. Buy this land that the place is going to be on. Pay part of your property taxes. You can't charge them full price or you won't be competitive. But all I'm saying is you can negotiate and we can make better deals. We make no deals. We give the house away in Alabama and beg them to come. That's what we do right now.
What are the most important qualities or skills you look for in people you want on your leadership team?
I've already said this. If you see an administration of Chad Chig Martin in the governor's office, in Montgomery. First of all, everybody's going to get a fair and equal opportunity, but you're not going to just see judges' sons, lawyers' granddaughters. You know what you're going to see? You're going to see plumbers. You're going to see teachers. You're going to see people, aircraft mechanics. You're going to see black, white. You're going to see brown, because we're going to represent this whole state. That's the big problem here. Everybody, right now in the state of Alabama, we represent one people, and it's the wealthy, privileged people. And that, if you look at me today, that ain't me.
How do you decide who to trust?
Well, I don't trust many folks, man. Hey, man, I done been done wrong, man. By women, by business people. They say, hey, you looking at it? Hey, that's why I sang country music for 7 years. I had to write sad country songs to get it out all of my system. But it's hard for me to trust people. You know, people, just like with you guys, man, people earn your respect. You know, it's just like I got a good friend that's one of the lead singers of one of the top bands in the country, and he always tells me, we talk about religion. He said, you know, if an old guy's got to come up and tell me how religious he is 2 or 3 times, he said, I just kind of start wondering about him. And you know, he said, you don't have to tell me how religious you are. I can tell by your actions, you know. And so I'm done.
You're done.
Thank God.
Thank you.
Can I grab my water bottle? Yes, sir, you can. I'm crying, man.
I think Guinness Apps and James. What is it? Pubs, bars.
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. They sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. There's not a load.
Coming right at you. Welcome to the Stakes at the Gate post-interview program. Hey, I tell you what, I don't care if nobody said that had to be the most funnest platform I ever heard. And if just genuine and honest, that's who you are, though.
Yeah. I found a little happy hour on the way over here.
I got you. But I think that is what Alabama is needed. It needed someone that can meet people where they are. If you think that's what you bring to the table, that's different.
Yeah. Listen, everybody sees it up there. We got a governor now that doesn't even communicate with people. I see people going to her social media begging just for a little simple response, and I don't understand how you can want to serve people and not be accessible to people.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've got my phone number. Probably 1,000 constituents have my phone number throughout the state, because that's my thing. I'm accessible. If you're going to get in this game, you can't run and hide.
People, are saying that we're going to make Alabama better or bring Alabama back. And I think in order to bring Alabama back, you have to know people who knows Alabama.
Yeah,
that knows Alabama real well. Do you think you know Alabama that you can defend it?
I think you already know that. I'm as Alabama as they get.
Right.
The only time that I lived out of the state is when I got a football scholarship, and obviously that made sense to do that. But I've been in Alabama my whole life. One of the things is our government and politics have such a negative spin nowadays. It's not even fun to keep up with it, because it'll just make you depressed. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like this. When you're in politics, you got to take a business, just like a
approach you take in business. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I like positive. I like productive, positive. I like getting things done and having fun and just making people. It's all about enjoying this life. We only got one time on this earth, so it might as well be productive and fun for everyone. I think that's probably a direct correlation to the attitude of the Alabamians now that is unclear. We just came out of post-COVID. We have seen people get terminated and people defining who are essential workers, like our commercial states. And we are probably in like trying to get our sea legs back, because we've been, how can we do that with Alabama? How can we get back on track and represent the Wiregrass, who I feel like oftentimes and not in Montgomery is not represented? Listen, and it's funny you say that, and this is just a tad off the subject, but it's just like on Sunday mornings, we all get up and we all flip on the local TV channel and it says it says Outdoor Alabama or all things. Man, I don't ever see one little show about nothing from the Wiregrass area.
Right.
Have you ever noticed that?
Right.
They talk about all parts of this.
Red Holler.
Yeah, oh yeah. Now you're talking legends.
That's
now
right.
I'm not worthy
Right.
of that now, but no, I love Red Holler.
Yeah,
but,
we need to go back.
Yeah.
Who is representing Alabama?
Yeah, it's right now who's representing Alabama is about 10 or 12 special interest concerns, and and listen, it's just like me. I'm a guy that every dime I have in my campaign is from citizens giving 5, 10, 20, 50. Thank God I had a few people in my life that have been successful, and I say this actually with pride. One of my football coaches that recruited me in college, man, he was from Pennsylvania, and I always give him a hard time because he came right in here to Alabama and recruited me in high school, and he was just getting started in coaching, and I was one of the first players he'd signed. Well, he coached me at Chattanooga, and now he's an offensive line coach for the Baltimore Ravens, and he sent me my biggest contribution in my campaign, but he could do it. You know what I mean? And he knew he could do it, and he got me a little bit, but besides that, my biggest contributions are $300, $250, and here's the difference. Kay Ivey, she doesn't have to work for any of this. She's had 5 or 6 contributions that total $6.6 million, but here's the part about it. Because of those contributions, chemical companies are pumping water into the rivers and streams up there. And I'm telling the truth here, like Lawrence County, Alabama, a family can't even go in there and turn on their faucet and wash their dishes or take a shower in this water. The whole city's inundated with cancer because they've been drinking bad water for years and years. Guess
That's
what?
the city outside Demopolis, right?
Yeah. Oh, and it's that whole area. And you know what? I mean, that's just not right. And all that's getting overlooked. Because it's getting overlooked intentionally because that special interest money is covering it all up. Well, I've told the people in Lawrence County personally, in places like that, some of the first things I'm going to be doing is getting places like that the basic essentials they need to live life, like water to them.
I'll tell you in a minute or less. Tell them why they should vote for you.
Well, I'll tell you why they should vote for me. I'm a one-man guy. I don't have a campaign team. I don't have a campaign manager. What you see is what you get. The few people that do help me in this state are volunteer advisors that all work for a living and don't get paid one dime. What you're getting from me is real. I know how to deal with people. I know how to get things going. And it's mainly, it's not from smarts, it's just from hard work and good attitude. And I know for a fact I could be the best governor this state's ever had because I want to do it. I had a calling in my heart to do this. Nobody in my family's ever been political, but every now and then something strikes you and tells you you need to do something in your life. And I tell people this. You can't even believe the nasty comments I get all the time, daily. I tell people, they'll say, you're not going to win. I tell them, there's no way I lose because you know what? I had a dream to do this, and I did it, so I cannot lose.
Yeah, you winning now.
I've already won. I did something I wanted to do in life. I can't control the outcome. I can just give it my best effort.
Chig, I appreciate you showing up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good interview, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Up next, we have Ms. Pamela Lafitte, Democrat for Alabama Secretary of State.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. I am Pamela J. Lafitte. I am the Democratic nominee for the office of Secretary of State for the great state of Alabama. Thank you for having me here. I am going to try to be brief because I can become long-winded, and I don't want you to have to put the little time button on me. But before finding out as much information about the campaign and myself as you should, I'm going to try to be brief. I am born and raised from Mobile, Alabama. I am presently a corrections sergeant at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, which is annexed to, which has the Metro Jail part of its administration. I'm also previously served in the U.S. Air Force Reserves for 14 years, 8 months. I was a personnel craftsman. I was actively involved doing the Operation Noble Eagle, Desert Shield, etc., mobilizing a lot of our service members overseas and coming back, and etc. I also worked as a substitute teacher with the Mobile County Public School System as well, educating the kids, carrying forth the curriculum of the educators as well. I have and I am involved in several different organizations, but if you'd like to know what those organizations are, feel free to go to the website to learn a little bit more about myself and within the campaign. I'm going to go over this. I brought this up. I did leave some over there as well. I have my platform, which is number one, automatic voter registration is one of my top objectives. As one reason I want to focus on that is because once someone who is actually in high school or visiting one of our government buildings, I want to make sure that they are automatically registered to vote instead of mom, dad, of someone who's a stranger coming up to them, asking them to go ahead and become a registered voter, or asking the question if they are a said registered voter. Also, curbside voting. I state that it should be allowed for our elderly and handicapped voters with proper documentation. We've seen during the pandemic that the opponents have, and the governor has signed bills into law that actually went against curbside voting. But that was for other reasonings, but I believe that our elderly and also handicapped need to have special attention. Also, today, I want to stress that Alabama needs a different way of conducting its business, because through the pandemic, we have actually seen where businesses throughout the nation and country had to actually readjust their business-friendly objectives, which means that if you want to order something from a fast food restaurant during a pandemic, you were able to call on the phone or go through their app and pull up to a slot where they have designated for you to go ahead and pick up your order and prepay and etc. And I think Alabama needs to get spun up on what is actually happening in the business arena and world today. Also, I believe that we need to have early voting. I want to have early voting, which is actually on Friday, Saturday, and Monday prior to our grand finale election day on Tuesday. Reason being, we do have a law that does state that the employer should allow their employee time enough to go to their said poll site to vote. But I have experience, and I know many more working voters have experience where the employer has a problem with letting that employee go because of whatever reason. It may be short staff, maybe because I'm paying you to be here and not at the polling site. It may take longer. I don't know what the reasoning is, but a lot of people get discouraged and they do not get a chance to vote. And then also, it's not that myself or a lot of more voters like yourself, you may not want to be told exactly how you should cast your vote. And some employers are trying to push that you should put in an absentee ballot. But if that's not the way that you as the voter would like to vote, I don't think that that should be the way it should be allowed. Voting Friday, Saturday, Monday would not cause any overtime at all in the offices throughout the 67 counties. That would actually means that the managers for those said offices will have to just keep a track record as to whom actually rotated out, giving up an off day Monday through Friday so that they can man, or whoever the individual is, man the office on that Saturday. And it's just business management, okay? And so once those individuals have rotated out, I believe it will work excellent. I also believe that we need to consider joining 28 other states to change Alabama's absentee excuse voting to no excuse needed absentee voting. I think that we should not have a reason where we have to actually tell why are we voting absentee, because as I have explained previously to this, is that a lot of employers are not allowing their employees off, which is required per the law. I also believe that expanding the voting rights for ex-offenders, I believe that they should have a right to go ahead and have their voting rights restored immediately once they leave a correction or corrections facility, serving their time in a state or federal corrections facility. Reason being, we had a word or term, moral turpitude. Many individuals who actually were found guilty in misdemeanors or either a felony offense actually lost their right to vote for many years or for the remaining portion of their lifespan. I ran into an individual who actually told me about his experience. He did have a felony, and back in 1992, and since 1992, he has not been able to cast his vote. I believe that the red tape that the service has actually placed before many of the offenders is actually not really good at this time, which is the certificate of eligibility to register to vote. Come to find out, many of the offenders will have to make sure that all of the restitution monies are paid to whomever they need to be paid to. Also, they have other guidelines that they must adhere to and follow, and then they have to go before the Board of Pardon and Parole, and that could take months. And then come to find out, some people were discriminated upon, and they had to hire attorneys or go to first go to an organization that actually pro bono, to sit down with them for free and get back with written communication back to the boards of pardon and parole to point out their error, if any, and then if it did not work at that particular time, to reinstate that offenders' voting rights. Then they have to hire an attorney, which is more money. I believe that this needs to be done with their offenders, because across the state and nation, especially in Alabama, your prison systems are overcrowded. And what we are experiencing, I know especially in Mobile, Alabama, is the rising increase of crime. And what I do realize is that a lot of the offenders feel that they do not have a welcoming, I wouldn't say a welcoming party, but they're not welcomed back into the community. And one was because it was hard for them to get an Alabama driver's license because they needed to pay their fines for restitution. So then if they couldn't get an Alabama driver's license, they couldn't fill out the application for employment. So what do? They go back to what they know. And then you have what's called the recidivism. They're going back into the community, committing more crimes, and back to where we see them in the jail system and back to the correctional facility. So I believe if you work with the offenders who are coming out, I believe that we will get somewhat more of the productivity from the offender back into the community itself. I believe that's about it. I don't want to take up much of your time, but I think that's about it.
We have a couple questions.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
So you talked about automatic voter registration.
Yes.
How does that work exactly?
We will have to have a team that will be placed to put in place, and actually we will have to actually find out, get with the Board of Education for the entire state, and also with our private schools as well, to see what and who those individuals are who, when they meet those particular age requirements to become a registered voter, then we need to go ahead and go ahead and automatically place them in as a registered voter. I also believe that we need to stress voter education and voter registration as well, because right now with the last bill that was just passed, House Bill 194, by one of the opponents in the Republican race, it actually dampens the voter education and voter registration that will be coming forth for other organizations and across the entire state, whether they're on university campuses, whether they're throughout the 67 counties of Alabama, Secretary of State's office, probate judge, etc. So we will have to find out somehow through the Board of Education how we will actually stress voter education so it's not fail by its wayside.
And with the current voting laws, how do you maintain the voter integrity? I know that I heard someone say earlier today that Alabama doesn't require audits of the voting after the votes are over. Would you implement some type of an audit? How would we maintain that integrity?
If that is what the voters are requesting or asking of, that is something that I am considering putting in place, because my voice would be the voters. And in order to make sure that the voters will actually trust the system and process at hand, I believe just like in the military, you have a system of balance and you have a system of balance. You have to have someone to go back and do what's called an audit. And I do agree with that. You should.
Okay, on that subject, have you ever heard of the ID scanners for the driver's license?
The ID scanners as of for making sure that every voter has a ID in order to vote, is that what you're speaking of?
No, I'm talking about like where we go into Fort Rucker. If you're going in as a visitor, they can scan your license and it gives them all your information. Say at a polling place, have the scanners to make sure that whoever holds that license only votes one time. I've heard of instances where people let friends or relatives who like haven't got their voting rights back use their driver's license to go to a different precinct and register under that driver's license.
Well, I don't see how whoever the poll worker is or the poll supervisor would allow whoever's working that poll site not to, if someone is to bring you a driver's license, if I bring you my driver's license and you know that my hair is not red or my features are totally different, I know we age, but that should be a red flag. And then when you scan it, when you scan that license, yes, it's going to bring up the information because it can bring up all your information. But I fault the polling supervisor of that poll site as well as whoever that said individual is. They are guilty for not making sure that they are adhering to the laws that are in place and implemented.
What I'm saying is, with a scanner, if you do an audit, it'll show you how many times that license was used to vote.
Correct.
Where at different polling places, they have a sheet of paper with name and address, and all they do is mark it off.
Correct.
And these polling places are not communicating together.
Okay. And what you're probably also stating is that, well, they went in and voted as, say, Tammy Sue, but they know that Patricia Law didn't vote, so they went back and voted for Patricia Law and went to another polling site. If that particular voting ID is used, it should be a way to red flag it in the system to show that, hey, that ID has been used. That's something that I can look into and implement.
That would be a good idea.
Yes.
Most of you poll workers are retired. We have an aging workforce for poll workers. How would you go about recruiting new poll workers?
Well, the first problem is this. You would have to actually, as the chief election officer, you would have to see exactly what your budget is for the entire state of Alabama, for all 67 counties, because what we have to understand is that a lot of workers are not going to work for what we see free. They're not going to do like what we may do, some of us, you know. They're not going to go to the polls and work for free. So a lot of our young people, that's why I want automatic voter registration and start in the high school, implement and stress voter education, voter registration in the young people, and then from there try to get them spun up where they're interested in working in the said polls.
How many voters should a polling precinct support?
Well, I believe all voters. I mean, you're asking how many voters they should support?
Yes. You have a polling place. How many people should be assigned to that precinct to vote? That way you have equal-sized precincts across the state.
Right.
Instead of one having 200 voters and one having 2,000 voters.
Right. It should be by percentage as to how they voted in the previous election. It should be, actually, you take a look at the numbers across the state at each precinct, and it should study it and then go by the percentage and have a percentage of workers there to balance off to be able to work there versus the voters who are coming in.
That leads into my next question.
Okay.
If a polling precinct has long wait times to vote, what should be done?
What I just implemented, what I just said, early voting. Friday, Saturday, Monday, prior to the Tuesday election, and have a no excuse absentee ballot.
But that wouldn't solve it, because when Tuesday comes and this polling place has a line 200 yards long, and another polling place you can walk right in, I mean, that would need a cure.
It does. But we would have to have our legislators be able to pass that bill. Early voting, Friday, Saturday, Monday, and then that'll be a way to encourage the voters to get to the polls to vote, because they can help me be able to get that passed. Because if we just continue to stay home and say, well, my vote doesn't count, then it's not going to actually.
Yeah, I know they have the voter rolls.
Yes.
They have addresses. They should be able to evaluate where to put polling places to maximize voting.
Right. And we also have seen that a lot of voting precincts throughout the entire state, some were closed down, they were. And then some of those that were closed down are not beneficial to those particular residents who actually go to those polling sites to actually vote. So that's something that a team will have to look at, and we will have to look at the numbers, look at the percentage, and then see if there's room to open up additional polling sites. So if you have so many thousands voting at this precinct, and as you has stated that the lines are just extremely long, maybe split that precinct where you have an additional precinct if we do not get the bill passed for Friday, Saturday, Monday early voting. So that is another option.
Okay. That's all I've got for you.
Okay. Okay.
We thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for having me. Okay.
You know to go down here for your exit.
We went from Miller and kept us waiting on the empty, and then we waited. It's almost like you've got it out.
Welcome back to our States at the Gate post-interview segment. Ms. Lafitte?
Lafitte, yes.
I really thank you for coming here to the States at the Gate, and your position as the Secretary of State. That race is so important these days.
It is.
With everything that, being contested from previous election and all the cry of voting fraud, and people don't understand how to establish your basic LLCs is important. Why do you feel like this time is your time to make that change?
I feel that this time is my time to make that change because not only because of the present Secretary of State cannot run for that seat again, but because I have a passion for people. I have a passion for the voters.
Yes.
And I believe that the seat of the Secretary of State is the people's seat. I feel that our people who actually doing many of the civil rights era,
yes,
who actually fought for the rights to vote.
Absolutely.
I believe that we stand on those pioneers.
Yes.
I believe that we need to honor those trailblazers by making sure that we don't have voter suppression.
Right.
Because we actually see that being very adamant at this present time, especially with a lot of House bills that have been passed and signed in both the House, the Senate, and signed by this sitting governor. It has actually suppressed the votes and tried to suppress the votes even more. I believe that this seat is so valuable and it is so important that right now with that last bill that passed, which is House Bill 194. That's right. Actually, that was written and authored by one of the opponents for this said seat, who is a Republican. And I feel that right now that bill has actually dampened a lot of organizations, the Women Leagues of Voters, different organizations on college campuses, universities, where they're not able to probably go out and stress voter education,
right,
voter registration. And if we actually cannot be able to stress that, I feel that the Voting Rights Act, I feel that it's going to be dampened, it's going to be weakened, and that our young people who are coming up through the new generation is not going to have an interest in voting. I feel that they need to know what the office holds, what it stands for, and that their vote counts and it is a purpose for it. If not, we're going to continue to see the same laws that are copied, written by legislators in Alabama,
right,
copied from other states, being passed in this state, which is not going to be beneficial at all.
To say, standing on the works and the labor of people who chair those positions,
yes,
is so pivotal, with one of our, beloved gone, Mr. John Lewis, making good
yes,
works.
Yes.
What do we need to do in order to corral and get boots on the ground? Because I don't know the reason why the severity is not being consumed and passed along to the public. It's like everything is going to be okay type mentality, and that worries me. Can you talk on that?
Well, presently, the Secretary of State that we have in office, I know that Congresswoman Terry Sewell, she is a
yes,
great boots on the ground, working
that's right,
very hard to make sure that the voters' rights are not drained and depleted. Right now in the Black Belt, I know in the Black Belt from what reading and knowing what has happened,
right,
they have actually made it a little harder. They have closed precincts, from closing precincts. They've made it a mandate that they had to have a voter's ID in order to vote. Different time frame. And then some had to drive a few more miles outside of their area, which caused a hardship. And prior to that, voter ID law, you could take your Alabama Power Company bill.
Right.
You can just take whatever document you had that actually proved that you was a resident in that said
right,
house in order to vote.
Right.
But I believe that we need to stress voter education in our school system, because right now with this last bill that passed, it has dampened what the Secretary of State's office can do, probate judges, and other offices throughout the entire state.
Different organizations, different programs, different groups and everything that want to get out there and help. They want to be a part of the Boots on the Ground initiative. The same Boots on the Ground initiative that have made segue from years past. What would you encourage them, and is there information they can contact you in regards to to formulating those types of initiatives to get people educated about what's going on, allow them to know what's resolution and bills that are being implemented, like we're doing here, providing these type of platforms. What can other people do to help the initiative that you're trying to protect in regards to voters' rights?
I believe that actually I would like to get in touch with each one of those organizations that are actually doing what we actually are wanting everyone to do. Boots on the ground, stress in voter education, voter registration. Pull all those groups together, and I really am thinking about probably having a rally prior to the November election right there at the state capitals. Get together so we can formate. If it's no more than format, get together and stand at the state capitol together and have a rally, and then get energized in July or June, and then push everyone out in all 67 counties and stress the importance of the vote so that people will be energized and ready to go to the polls. Because a lot of people do not understand that right now, with the 28 Democrats that we have in the House of Representatives, they can, with the bill, the permitless to carry, that was a bill that was hard to say we are not going to pass or to kill that bill because we do not have people who are there who would think on the lines of public safety.
Gotcha.
Who would actually say, hey, this is a public safety matter. We need to listen to our sheriffs. We need to listen to our police chief. And if that is going to protect law enforcement in the community and keep the guns out of the inmates, not just inmates' hands, but which is the previous offender's hand who has committed a felony, but also those who are mentally ill and those who are children, then they would have said, wait, that's a bad thing to do.
Right.
We need to have a control of the gun bill to make sure that we know who has the guns and in whose hands. It's not taking your right.
Right.
It's not messing with any amendment of constitutional rights.
It's just making sure
it's
that
just
you detail
accountability.
who's behind that gun.
Correct.
Well, if you have any information that you can tell them where to go and get some platform to get more information regarding your campaign,
I can.
Look at that camera and tell them so they can definitely know.
Okay, my campaign website is www.PamelaJLafitte, and that's PAMELA, last name is LA, F as in Frank, I, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, E.com.
Well, stay tuned. We're about to have a political platform with all four candidates that are here currently to answer some questions in regards to the stakes here at the gate. Thank you. We'll see you in about...
Thank you.
If you stay tuned right there, we're about to have all four here.
Good, good. Did I do okay?
You did great.
Well, thank you.
Here's the thing. Tell him we're trying to get to 445 for Norman. I'm gonna have all four candidates here, and we have like a little round table.
Coming out, it's the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When do you go to count?
The following
Where you saw the chapter? Oh, yes. Feel it.
Except that you've never had the
I do. I think Guinness Apps and James. What is it? Pubs? Bars?
It's nice. It's drinkable, that's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and they were made. They sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. It's not loud.
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delville, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents the States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delville, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went from Milan and kept just waiting. We went to an end, we waited. It's almost like you've got it out.
Welcome back to States at the Gate. We're having a round table here to close out. We have one candidate to come, he's on the way. But during that time, we're not wasting any time. We have all 4 candidates here that spoke last. We got Chit here, we got Mr. Boyd, we got Mr. Lafitte, and we got Mr. Patel, all representing the great state of Alabama. Now, one thing I listened to everyone's platform, not only yours, throughout the day, and I heard a lot of things that needs to be done with a sense of urgency. And one thing that I saw was a realistic approach to the position at hand. Can y'all elaborate on that? A realistic approach, not a big agenda from sound like other people or the big, how can you say, the powers that be. Who sounds like Alabama? Who sounds like the Wiregrass? Who sounds like the people that you're representing?
You want us to go down the line here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Well, obviously, I'm probably, besides Mr. Patel, one of the most Wiregrass here sitting at the table.
Gotcha.
I grew up running around here with my mom picking butter beans and snap peas here in the Wiregrass. So I'm pretty Wiregrass.
You had to get low on the butter beans.
It's just, I'm keeping this less than 15 seconds, but a funny story. It's not funny. I was actually, my mom loved things like picking peas and stuff like that, and I was about 10 years old, and we were in a pea patch picking peas, and this lady had her son, and her son got kidnapped right in front of my eyes out of a pea patch. So anyway, he ended up being his estranged dad, but they got it all worked out. But I still see the guy to this day that got kidnapped, and we all look at each other like, yeah, that was you. You got kidnapped 40 years. But yeah, here's the thing about all of us sitting here, and every candidate comes through these doors, and all the other ones out all across the state. None of us put ourselves through all this travel, all this criticism.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of good, but if it doesn't matter what party you're in, if you do this, you love your state. I mean, your intentions to do it are because you love the state, and none of us are perfect. None of us are professional politicians. We're teachers, we're pastors, we're hotel owners, and we're just trying our best. So
you know, we all want to help, but that's just my opinion.
I think we have to be practically progressive. There are good ideas that are on the table.
Yes.
I think we have to look at what's already in process, how we can build upon it. We don't have to reinvent wheels, as we'd say before, proverbially, but we need to look at what works and what doesn't work and then build on top of that. I've always been a person who's about continuous improvement. That's
Right.
the way I was trained as a manager, as an educator, as an engineer. Plan, do, check, act, the Deming's strategy.
That's right.
Look at what you want to do, what you want to achieve, begin to develop it, and after you've done it, go back and do an assessment. Did it work? If it didn't work, try something different. It has to be progressive.
Those who do that get the Baldrige Award, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I know you from Mobile, Alabama. And I know, and like I was telling Schaefer, you know, the different problems that he sees in Alabama is different from ours, but it's all the same.
Yeah.
Tourism with the port cities and things of that nature. From Mobile perspective, what do you see that Mobile needs now?
Mobile really needs a little bit more revenue coming in than it actually has now in order for the growth of the population to come back. To top that, we need to actually put something in place that will curb the crime. I believe the crime rate that is everlasting increasing each and every day is actually what's actually the factor of a lot of constituents moving out of the city of Mobile. They fear that they're not safe, which means that a lot of businesses will start closing their doors. And I feel that if we get a control mechanism in place, that'll be something that will curb the crime. I'm not saying you curb all of the crime, but you place something in place where everyone would feel a little bit more safer. I believe the homeless rate is really going through the roof. It was at one time before the city mayor that we have now. I know when the previous mayor, Sam Jones, was in office, that he actually made sure that monies were allocated going to those different organizations, especially the Waterfront Rescue Mission for daytime homelessness to be funded so that at the night when they got out of the shelter, they had somewhere to go in the daytime where they would be able to be centralized, check their mail, take their showers, a bath, eat a hot meal, and etc. And check to see what job qualifications they have. Now what has happened is from the central downtown location and where the homeless rate will actually popularize at, there has been a disbursement of homelessness throughout the entire city or the county itself, which means that you have a lot of more crime, a lot of more theft, and you have a lot of those individuals who are sleeping behind Walmart, a lot of businesses, and that's what's making a lot of businesses shut their business doors and move elsewhere, and a lot of constituents leaving as well. But if we get a handle on our crime rate, we get a handle on what actually the constituents really need in Mobile, Alabama, I believe that not just home of Mardi Gras will be popping, as they will say in the younger version.
It'll be lit.
Yes, it will be lit. And I believe that the housing rate, it will be skyrocketing because everyone would love to be centralized in Mobile, Alabama. Not for the cruise ship, just for the cruise ship. Not just for Mardi Gras, and there'll be much more. So.
Well, you know, you just alluded to homelessness. When I was working at Adversary, and trying to make the unemployable more employable, I always said that the unemployment is not evenly skewed because how you measure unemployment is based on how you report unemployment. And so a lot of those mechanisms are not in place for people who just come out and not unemployed, that's not filed for unemployment or quit a previous job. It's a guess factor. So it's never a true number for unemployment. How do you see that? Is that same problem in your area as well?
So,
like in Mobile?
And as a board member, well, in Dothan, and as a board member of the Alfred Saliba Center, I'll say that, you know, we want to address the issue past a certain breaking point. For example, you know, we address homelessness and then we say we want to fix homelessness or we want to do this, but we're not addressing where we lost it, or where, you know, you ask a homeless person, hey, you know, there's plenty of jobs out there, but where has their passion led them? It's like substance abuse a little bit. Like when you talk about substance abuse, you want to rehab at the stage of breaking point, well beyond breaking point, and say, I want to work on rehab. But now, how do we address these issues way before it happens? Mental health is a legitimate concern that is now we're just now kind of talking about it, because remember, a decade or 2 decades ago, you didn't want to talk about mental health. If you don't talk about it, it doesn't, these things are not a problem. If we just don't look at it, it's just not there. Right. But it's here. Now we see it, and we see it more and more prevalent. You know, I talked to our Mayor Saliba about this. I mean, not so infrequently for him to say, hey, we're working on this. Our city's working on this. And we need to start that plan way before that breaking point. We can do it if we address it and if we choose to see it.
Well, here as governor, you see all these things that he just gave a good idea of how to catch it before it become a breaking point. What would you do to support those initiatives that she and he was talking about in regards to homelessness as a governor in this great state of Alabama?
There's only one thing to do to fix it all, and that's to get, you know, it's just like you were speaking of crime and all these different things. Opportunity fixes all of that. Or like she said, it doesn't fix it all, but it helps the problem. Mm-hmm. And so that's what, and like I was saying, the governor's position is completely different than any position in the room. The governor's job is to get that opportunity here in the state. We're not used to having that, because we're used to having lame duck, puppet-driven governors in this state that are elected by special interest money. And so we don't even know what it's like to have an aggressive governor. And so I'm going to put these jobs here in town. I'm all for working with these programs like you're talking about to get these people up to speed and trained to fill these positions and give them second opportunities. But opportunity is what we're lacking, and it's for all people in Alabama.
And you know, you just say you're giving opportunity, but of course it comes from a good legislation. You know, if you don't have the right bill or legislator that's being formulated to help you in your decision, what would you do to help people cross party line to get a legislation that makes sense to Alabamians?
Well, we have to have people who are obviously concerned about the needs of individuals. Moving beyond these party lines that exist right now, we need to have people who are concerned about the skill sets that are needed for the jobs that are in our future. Right now, we have hundreds of thousands of jobs that are going to be left open until we take a bipartisan look at what we need to do to fill them. We need people who are going to look at the science, the technology, the engineering, arts, and math jobs, where we want to be, where our goal is, and make sure we have people put on those jobs.
So do you, as a whole, do you think Alabama can do it?
Oh yeah, we've just not had leaders. We've really got leadership here in this state that's completely driven by special interest money. We have no leadership for the most part up in Montgomery, and the majority is being told what to do by the people putting that money in those campaign accounts for them. And then that's what I'm hoping a group of all of us, we're people that if we get any donations, it's from working class people. That's who we represent. I mean, you know, some of us have done, and I'm speaking like you guys, your family's done extremely well, but you know what? You did what you're supposed to do in life. You've went in there, you've taken that business, and your job is to expand that family business. And that's the kind of attitude we need here in Alabama.
That hunger. Hunger.
Yeah, you didn't want to take that business and sit idle, because you wouldn't have had any accomplishments.
No, in 2008 is when I came in. It was a recession, and a lot of my friends were having to release their hotels back to whoever is providing the mortgage. And I stood up and I said, not mine, not my new one. And I stood in there and I took over, and we created a culture that is around our people first. And let me tell you, when you do that, something magnificent happens. It's like the gift that keeps giving. They don't even really let me do anything up there. I have to force my way and say, wait, I'm the boss. I get to do something if I want to do something. So we can do that with our constituents. We can remind them that they're the boss. They're the boss. And this room, if you saw this room today, this is the type of room we need every other room. It's not about Democrats, it's not about Republicans, it's not about conservatives, it's not about liberals. Let's shed these labels that shackle us
And, you know, I think that's why I wanted to have this round table, to give a physical and a visual, like this is Alabama.
Yes.
This is This is part of Alabama best. So if we're going to make Alabama like it should be, we should not take for granted that you cannot put false negative on someone willing to do work. Pick up a shovel and assist. You cannot degrade for someone who wants to try.
Right.
And that's what I hear from everyone. Different perspective, different idea, but it's all to make Alabama better.
That's right.
Look, I'll just put it to you this way. Any candidate in the state of Alabama that's not here today, this is one of the premier organized unions in our state. And you guys need our support, you know? There's a lot of them that weren't here today. Those are the same ones that got the special interest money rolling in. I mean, you got people, the people here today care about this state and care about this union in Southeast Alabama.
This platform is not going to go away. And I said this in the very beginning, and our committee is saying that one day, that person that's going to speak to us with such conviction and truth, that has the ability to have everyone to hit reset and unite us.
That's right.
Yes.
It's going to happen in small town Alabama,
Right.
and going to come across a platform similar to this.
Correct.
We're glad to have each and every last one of you.
Thank you.
We're glad to be here.
We're glad to be here. And can I say one
Yes,
thing?
you can.
Each of us here, we're not actually placing a thermometer out there
Right.
to take the temperature of asking and begging individuals across the state of Alabama to join us. We are the thermostat.
That's right.
We have set the pace, we are setting the pace, and we're going to continue to set the pace and get our platform across. But we know, I know, each of us know, deep within our heart, that if they're not walking with us now, they soon will be, or they might be sorry.
And that's what I feel about our union, organized labor. We like to be taken serious. We are serious about what we do. We do have power in our numbers, and we should be taken serious. And this platform, as long as we got president and I got an executive leadership like we have now, it's never going to go anywhere. So again, thank you for coming. Thank you, Troy Cable, for allowing us to have this platform. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back at it.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
No
Yes,
problem.
sir.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
I'm coming.
He said, I'm coming.
It was so nice meeting
Thank
you. I'm
Nice
glad to
meeting
meet
too.
you.
Nice meeting you.
Good to meet you, Will.
Yeah, good.
Coming out, it's the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When do you go?
The following.
Where you saw the chapter. Oh, yes. See that back
Feel it.
Except that you've never had the case
I do. I think it's that St. James. What is it? Pubs, bars.
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. They sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. Not loud.
They're corn puffs with the tomato
Stick in car windows and things like that. Because some of the old
We went from Milan and kept just waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out of the car. Let's go down and see what's been taken over. They're taking over.
Investigate.
I've just discovered it twice. Coming out this middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you guys count.
The following year.
Where you saw the chapter cat. Oh, yes. Here it is. See that back feel it.
Except that you've never had the
I do. I think Guinness apples and James. What is it? Pubs, bars.
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. So they're all lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. There's not a load.
They're corn puffs with tomato puree. But they're for baby. They look like those. Yes.
Well, yes, explain.
Show her
Stick in car windows and things like that. Because some of the old
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delville, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents The States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delville, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went from Milan and kept just waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out of the car. Let's go down and see what's been taken over. They're taking over.
Investigate.
I've just discovered it twice. Coming out, it's the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you go to count.
The following.
Where you saw the chapter. Oh, yes.
Felons.
Except that you've never had the
I do. I think Guinness apps and James. What is it? Pubs, bars.
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up.
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delaware, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents The States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delaware, Alabama. This event is free to the public. So show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went for a meal and I kept just waiting. We waited and we waited. It's almost like you've got it out of the
I've just discovered it twice. Coming out, it's the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you go to count.
The following.
Where you saw the chapter. Oh, yes.
Felons.
Except that you've never had the
I do. I think Guinness apps and James. What is it? Pubs, bars.
It's nice. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. So she's lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. Nothing local.
They're corn puffs with the tomato puree. But then the baby. Yes.
Well, yes.
Show her
Sticking car windows and things like that. Because some of the old
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delaware, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents The States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delaware, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went from the middle and kept just waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out of the
coming out in the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you guys count.
The following
Where you saw the chapter cat. Oh, yes.
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delaware, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents The States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delaware, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went from the middle and kept just waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out of
Coming out in the middle of the week.
Don't you dare.
When you guys count.
The following
Where you saw the chapter cat. Oh, yes. See that
Feel it.
Except that you've never had penis in our
I do. I think Guinness apples and James. What is it? Pubs? Bars?
It's nice. It's drinkable, that's the problem.
Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and there you are, mate. They sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
Everyone's loud. There's an awful lot of people.
They're corn puffs with the tomato puree. But then the baby.
Sticking car windows and things like that. Because some of the
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates, and even essential workers being threatened and even terminated after sacrificing so much during the pandemic. All of these things and more has left Alabamians to wonder how and who will lead us in bringing Alabama back. Join us as the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 2003 of Delville, Alabama, as the Legislative Committee presents the States at the Gate 2, a political platform for the 2022 Alabama primaries. Please join us on Saturday, April 23rd at 12 p.m. at the Union Hall, located 345 Highway 84, Delville, Alabama. This event is free to the public, so show up, be heard, and then be counted.
We went from a meal and they kept us waiting. We waited. It's almost like you've got it out. They're taking
Our final candidate for this evening is Stormin Norman Horton. He is a Republican seeking the Alabama Senate, District 31. Ms. Horton.
My name is Stormin Norman Horton, and it's about time we send a mechanic up to Montgomery. Of any of the candidates that are running for this state senate district, I'm probably the only one that knows the difference between a TD and a Jesus nut, or an AM. And any mechanic that's worth their weight has woken up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat wondering if you ever safetied that nut. Hoping the IA caught it. Because when you mechanic, and especially when you have a flight crew in your hands, you have lives that you have to watch out for. And so many people look at us as mechanics, as people that work with their hands, as second-class citizens. We're not. We have people's lives in our hands, and it's very, very important. So no matter what job you do, whether it be as mechanic or running for office, it's all about people, and it's all about taking care of them. And for so often, I think when we get to Montgomery, we forget about that it's people that we're running for, and it's people that we're working for. My special skills turned from an A&P license into a garage and towing business. And it's I use some of the skills that I learned from getting my MP license, graduated from Alabama Aviation School in the towing business, and I've winched a lot of strange things out of the swamp. And I think it's time for my skills to be put to use up in Montgomery and winching some things out of the swamp up there. How do I know? Because of the good that I've already done. In 2017, I saw a need for children that were abused. And I wrote a bill called Coda's Law, and it's named after one of my beautiful German Shepherds, and he's passed away about 3 months ago. But the bill enabled a child that had been abused to be on the stand and have a therapy dog with them to give them the comfort and courage they needed to put that pervert away. What have we done with that? We've done 3 things. We've helped the child, we put the pervert away, and we kept our due process. So many of you guys that work with your hands have been in the military. And a couple things with that. One, you have fought for our liberties. But along with that comes the responsibility we have in Montgomery to protect those liberties. And folks, we're just not doing it like we should. And I've fought against several unconstitutional bills already, and I haven't even been elected yet. Because we have a wonderful country. We have liberties, if we can keep it. And we really, really need to. And like anything in life that we love, we have to fight for it. So along with several of the bills that are written, I also wrote a bill to make it a crime to leave a child in a hot car. I wrote a bill for our veterans to help them with their service dogs. How can you train a service dog to go in a store for public access if you can't take them in a store? And I wrote a bill to make that happen. So many guys that we're losing, guys and gals. We're up 15% this year alone in veteran suicides because they can't wait for the VA to get a service dog. Hey, let them train the dog on their own. There's always a way to make things happen, and that's what I do. I get things done. Along with those good bills, there were some unconstitutional bills that got killed, and for that, my family paid a price. And it is really sad that we have to pay a price like that here in Alabama for standing up for the liberties that so many of you have fought for. There's several reasons to vote for me. One is I get things done. 2, I look at the big picture, and the big picture is y'all and people that work hard for a living that nobody listens to anymore. I'm not going to be bought. And the final thing is that if I get up there 2 terms and I'm out of there, because our government was never designed to be a setup for a bunch of professional politicians, but that's what we've had, and people get out of touch with the real working people. And I've spent my campaign going out and talking to real people. That's where I was this morning, talking to real people, because we need the representation there. Why am I so passionate about our liberties? Because our family knows what it's like to lose our liberties. My mother was in a Japanese concentration camp in World War II for 5 years in China. She had no liberty. It was American paratroopers that rescued her from that camp. Folks, it's very, very hard to get liberty. It's very easy to lose it, and we have to fight for that. Going to Montgomery, I've been doing that for about 5 years on my own, getting things done. Imagine what I can do for you as your next senator, because I will fight for our liberties. I have no intention of getting bought and paid for. But to get there, I need you all. I need your vote on May 24th. My phone number is 334-545-6676. How can you hold me accountable if you can't catch me? And I expect the real people of this district to hold me accountable if I get to Montgomery. Thank you very much. May God bless this state and our great country.
You have a few questions?
Sure. Yeah, not a problem.
So, how do you avoid becoming part of that, what we call swamp, or the good old boys network that is created its content with the way things are done now?
Don't take their money. If Daddy always told me, follow the money. And when and I wrote a letter to the editor to the Dothan Eagle, and it was called Cookie Cutter Candidates Part 2, and it basically tells how the system works. You throw in as being a senator representative, and then you do your dog and pony show with the different PACs and special interest, so you can get their endorsement and their money, so you can buy all the fancy signs, so people will vote for you, so you can go up to Montgomery and vote for them. And it's a vicious cycle. So nothing comes without a price. Nobody gives you money without expecting something for that. So number one, you have to have the character to stand up. Number two, you have to be able to do a campaign, which is very, very difficult without taking that money. But that's the cycle that we get in, and the reason they do it, because it works.
Did you have any opinion on when the government implemented the mandate for the vaccine for federal workers and contractors?
Yes. The reason we have HIPAA and the reason that we have, even like with service dogs, you can ask a question, do you have a disability? Yes or no, but you don't have to explain your disability, is because nobody knows your health better than you and your doctor. I had COVID a year ago, February, something like that. It was handled with myself and my doctor based on my particular health situation. And when we get into a situation where you have a EUA drug and it's untested, and basically the whole country is a guinea pig, then I do have an opinion on that, because we start taking away our liberties, and liberties is a very, very precious thing. And so we need to be very, very careful about setting down mandates, picking winners and losers, because the government never does a very good job of picking winners and losers, and they did not in this case either.
Can you tell us about a time when your judgment has been tested in a crisis?
Which one? Probably my first introduction to Montgomery, when after I'd sold my record business that we'd built from nothing to 16 tow trucks, 25 employees, and my assets, of course, were my people. And I just wanted to be left alone. And there was special interests that wanted to take away my liberties. And so I went to Montgomery to try to fight it, because our constitutional rights are very, very precious and important to me. And these people laughed in my face about it. And I've got friends and family, as most of us do here, that have fought for those liberties. And when my goal was to get the House sponsor to pull support of the bill. The second meeting he did. When they did, then they came to me and said, Storman, if you go ahead and back us on this bill, we'll get you a seat on the state board. Well, really? I got kicked off 4 rotations of state, county, 2 cities, because I wouldn't put my hand behind my back. It's not the way I was raised. It's not honoring to God. And so I said no. And they came back 2 weeks later with a email from the lobbyist that said, if you do not let us know by 9 o'clock Thursday morning your full support of this substitute bill, the wrath of God is going to come down on you and your operation. Easter Sunday morning, my wife's birthday, it did. And they came after my wife. And we had a family, it was TDY out at Rucker. We had them over for Easter Sunday dinner after church. Their attorney was calling my customers trying to find somebody to sue me, which is illegal and unethical. And I asked my wife, I said, why are they doing this? And she said, because it works. And then she looked at me and grinned and said, but they hadn't met you. So, and there's many, many other cases where I've been tested. I know who I am, and I know what I stand for. And that's one of the reasons why, because of what I'll be facing, why I'm going to do 2 terms and leave.
Can you describe some of your personal tools for dealing with adversaries?
One is killing with kindness. The Bible says, be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. And so I think that means that you need to think like a snake sometimes, because not everybody thinks straight. A good example of that is my grandparents were missionaries in China for Chinese people for 51 years, and were mainly in China for 30. And after he retired, came home, Nixon had gone over to meet with Mao Zedong in China. And he looked at the TV screen, looked at me, he says, oh my. He said, that man has no idea what he's getting into. He said, there's a Chinese proverb, behind the smiling face of a Chinese lies a tiger or dagger, depending on which way you translate it. Folks, and this affects us today, we look at the next quarter right in front of our face. The Chinese look at the next 100 years. They're playing 3D chess, we're playing Chinese checkers. So part of dealing with your adversary is understanding them, knowing what you're dealing with. You cannot take your assumption of what you would do and put that on somebody else. And that's the biggest mistakes people make when they're negotiating. They want to have not a win-win situation, but I win or you lose, but they don't put themselves in other people's shoes to understand where they're coming from. And how can you deal with an adversarial situation if you don't understand your adversary?
How would you get more young people involved in voting and politics?
That is a good question. Get them off their iPhones. Today's society has become what's in it for me. And I have to confess that I did not get involved in fighting things in Montgomery until it affected me personally. And I'm afraid the real answer is, and until it affects them personally, it's going to be difficult, because what's in it for them? And I don't have the complete answer to that. It's going to take more than one person to figure that one out, because a lot of times until you face adversity and it affects you, you just don't care. And apathy is a dangerous thing for our country and even for our workforce.
Which committees do you think you would be qualified to sit on?
Ag would be one. GA maybe, governmental affairs. Leave the lawyers for Judy. But that would probably be the two where I would do best on.
How do you go about choosing people to be in leadership in your organization?
I'll relate to my towing business. I had a command sergeant major ran my operations, and he was my dispatcher. First thing you do is you hire people that are smarter than you are. And then you give them the tools to do the job. You give them the boundaries to work in, and as long as they're in the boundaries doing the job, you leave them alone. You let crap roll uphill. And if they get outside the box, you sit down and talk to them about it. And if it doesn't work, then we shake hands and go our way.
When you get to Montgomery, how are you going to decide who to trust?
I've already got a good idea because I've been up there 5 years on my own, and so I know who the players are. I know how to get things done. I've gotten things done. I failed on a bill or two, and it is not going to be just myself, because it's not an I, it's a team. And folks, we're going to have to get involved from the grassroots level, because so many people go up there and they're looking for a career as to be a professional politician. And their interest is not the way I would look at legislation, which is, how does it affect God's law, how does it affect our Constitution, how does it affect our liberties, and how does it affect people in the district. Theirs is more self-serving as to what's going to get me reelected. So it's going to take people, working people, to get involved and help support me if I get up there, because I can't do it by myself.
How will you appeal to a diverse set of constituents in an honest, respectful, and inclusive manner?
The way I've done business since 1981. Just be honest, tell them like it is. Unfortunately, you can't always tell people what they want to hear, especially when you have a lot of different people. There's been so many things I've gone through in life with ups and downs, being in the record business, obviously. I saw death. It wasn't pretty. And in business, you have ups and you have downs, and you deal with all kinds of people from all different walks of life if you're going to grow a business, and you have to answer the phone. And so many times I thought, Lord, why am I going through all this? And now that I'm at this juncture of life, it's like, dummy, it's so that you can relate to people and understand people. Very, very difficult to understand people if you haven't been there. I've turned wrenches. I've driven truck. I've been on the side of the road with law enforcement. So I understand first responders. I understand what it's like to pull a wrench. And so having the diverse background I've had in working with so many different people, I've hired men, women, black, white, and as long as they did the job, I'm fine, because we're all equal at the foot of the cross. And so that diversity in dealing with people and getting things done, and again, negotiation is not a you or me, it's everybody needs to walk away from something. And it goes back to what we talked about earlier, but understand your adversary, find out what they want and what they need, and don't put your thoughts and emotions on what you think is right on somebody else, because everybody's got something that they can bring to the table. At the end, after listening to people, a decision's got to be made. Some people are going to be happy, some not, but if you treat them with respect and tell them this is how I arrived at that decision, rather than saying just this is the way it is, you know, people will respect that because they want to be treated with respect. And that's really the key is respect.
That's all the questions I have. Do you have any more? Okay, we appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
By.
Thank you.
If you will, go down to talk to Patrick.
All right. I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Just discovered it twice. Coming out this middle of the week. Oh, no.
Don't you dare.
When do you guys count?
The following.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Where you saw the chapter. Oh, yes. Here it is. See that down feel it.
Interview, and we have the legendary Stormin' Norman Horton. Glad to see you.
Yes, sir. Good to be seen considering the alternative.
I tell you. Well, you know, everything about your campaign has been about the common man.
Yes.
The common man. We're not going to mix words. I'm talking to you like a man. Why you felt that was so important to make your campaign that personal?
Because that is what America is. It's people. It's individual people with their own wants, needs, and desires. And in the last few years, that has been left in the dust. And I've experienced that firsthand. And that goes back to, like I mentioned, with our liberty. You know, your liberty may not be my liberty.
Right.
I may not even like your liberty.
Gotcha.
Okay? But if you're not breaking any laws, you're not hurting anybody, then I have to fight for your liberty or mine's next.
That's right.
And that's what makes America.
There's no way you can fight for your liberty and mine is less important. I definitely understand that. So you laid out your platform earlier, the things that you say you cannot be bought, and what's the others?
I look at the big picture, which is y'all. Okay, 2 terms and I'm done.
2 terms.
Otherwise, I get corrupted like everybody else.
That's right. That's right.
And I get things done, and I always have.
And you said that you have been working with Montgomery for a long period of time.
About 5 years.
You're no stranger to how things works up there.
Unfortunately.
All right. What are you going to do to help to get some things passed? How are you going to make sure you're able to cross party lines to get some things done?
I already have done that. There was a law for service dog law for our veterans and for our disabled. It was actually written by Senator Coleman Madison. She's a black Democrat out of Jefferson County. I wrote the substitute bill. And the substitute bill allows our veterans to go ahead and bring their dogs in the store to train them. Because how can you train a dog to come in the store if you can't bring them in the store? Well, she got through the Senate, and she was having trouble getting through the House. My personal opinion is if this is a bill that helps our veterans who have fought and died for us, okay, and it helps our disabled, then let's just do it. I don't care if it came from a goose. And so when we have these partisan divides, and keep in mind that if it's something I don't agree with, I think it's against our Constitution or against God's law, I'm going to bow up. And I'll fight like a son of a gun, okay? But if this is something where this is helping our people, the people of our district, the people that put their lives on the line, why are we fighting over this? Let's just get it done. And I did.
Well, is there anything that you want to tell the Wiregrass and Alabamans right now why you should vote for Stormin' Norman Horton?
Because I get things done. I'm not going to be bought. I look at the big picture. 2 terms and I'm out of there. And remember that Horton hears you. My number is 334-545-6676 because I'm running for you, not from you. How can you hold people accountable if you can't catch them? And it's you, the people, we, the people, that we have to fight for. Think outside the box, be willing to support an unreasonable man, because all change, and change back to the way things need to be done, comes from an unreasonable man. Think about Mr. Sikorsky, the unreasonable man that thought he could build some rotary wing aircraft and have provided a job for so many of these people here today. And God bless this state, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
I want you to do that so I don't mess it up.
Yeah. Definitely. Rap session there, Dustin, let's do a rap. Ready there, Chris?
Well,
Except that you've never had the personality.
I do. I think Guinness apples and James. Background. What is it? Pubs? Bars.
It's nicer. It's drinkable. That's the problem.
What was around at the time? Well, they were constantly sort of topping them up, combing them off. They didn't just pull it off and they were made. They were sort of lined up trying to get up to work.
everyone's loud. There's an awful loud.
Did you just see all the candidates coming for us today?
Look, you got everything from local sheriffs, U.S. Senate, governor. I mean, what else you want?
I mean, and one thing I like about what everybody's slogan was, whether it's direct or indirect, they are here to help make positive change to Alabama. I mean, I think that was overwhelming, right. That message there. And everyone was genuine in their position. There was not a lot of politicians in the room. I mean, did you see that?
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is they showed up and they're willing to be held accountable. So that goes a long way in my book. You know, doesn't matter what side of the fence they're on. And
you know, everyone that came, and regardless of their party, they realize they have to work together to get things done.
Right.
And in their eyes, they're thinking that's been a lot of holdback in our great state. It's going to be a very interesting primaries coming up.
Absolutely, and they're correct. I mean, it's not just our state; it's our country. You know, you pick a team and you stick with it. That's and right. Unfortunately, that's caused more issues than it's helped over the years. So, them seeing folks starting to wake up to that, that's a great thing.
Well, you know, when we did the States at the Gate last time, and now I really feel, and I think you and I were discussing it earlier, that one day, it may be this day, that we're going to be convicted by someone that's going to have so much truth in what they're saying, and it's going to sound like Alabama.
Right.
It's going to sound like Alabama. That's going to unite us. And until that day comes, we're going to always welcome you to the States at the Gate. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next election term.
Over the past 2 years, America has gone through some trying times, and Alabama has seen its share of disappointments. As labor unions on strike for fair wages and better working environments, rising prices, closing of small businesses, mandates